We're doing SAE, SRE, SRS, as well as the chapter of professional ethics. That is what we are going to do today, and tomorrow we'll do all the remaining chapters which are there in your syllabus. So let's begin. Let's move ahead. Any doubts anybody's having, please let me know. Okay, going to SRE 2400. Now please pay attention. SRE, SAE, SRS, these are newly added in your new syllabus. Same way, 800 series. 800 series is also newly added in new syllabus. It was not there under old syllabus. So please make sure you do the standards properly. There will be definitely question out of the standards. Now coming to first of all SRE, that's standards on review engagement, and 2400. We have two standards on review engagement, 2400, 2410. Okay, 2400 is engagement to review the financial statements. Now 2400 is by a practitioner who is not the auditor of the entity, and 2410 is a review conducted by the auditor of the entity. 2400 is by a practitioner, chartered accountant in practice, but he is not the auditor of the entity. But at 2410, the review is conducted by the auditor of entity only. Fine, let's move ahead. Okay, the practitioner who is not the auditor, practitioner who is the auditor, that review comes under SRE 2410. That is basically review of interim financial information. So यहाँ पे engagement to review financial statement. 2410 is review of interim financial information by the independent auditor of the entity. Now, your review is a limited assurance. Under review, we don't give the reasonable assurance. We are giving a moderate assurance, and the way of giving assurance will be negatively. So, review is a limited assurance, and it's primarily based on inquiries and analytical procedure. Okay, the objective of review is to obtain a limited assurance primarily by performing inquiry analytical procedures to see whether the financial statement as a whole are free from material misstatement, thereby enabling the practitioner to express a conclusion. So this essay, everywhere the word, this standard, everywhere the word is practitioner. Whether anything has come to his attention which causes him to believe that the financial statements have not been prepared as per the applicable financial reporting framework. Now see, anything has come to his attention, they will reply, nothing has come to our attention, which causes us to believe that the financial statements are not showing a true and fair view. And then we are required to give our report. Fine. Requirements. You need to conduct this review in accordance with this SRE. You need to follow the ethical requirement. You need to remain skeptic. You need to follow SQC1. You need to follow the criteria for acceptance of engagement, continuation of engagement. You need to agree upon the terms of engagement. This all basically remains kind of similar. Okay, directly moving ahead. Factors affecting acceptance and continuation of client relationship and review engagement. Okay, if at all you are offered a review and you are not the auditor of the company, should you be accepting it? They are telling the practitioner shall not accept a review engagement if you should not accept when? If you are not satisfied about the rationale, the purpose for which the engagement is there, you are not satisfied about the rationale, and you feel the review engagement, or that you are not satisfied that review engagement will be appropriate in circumstances. If I feel review engagement will not be appropriate for this thing and there's no proper rationale for it, then don't accept it. Acha. Practitioner has a reason to believe that you will not be able to comply with independence, ethical requirements including independence, then don't accept it. Achha, your preliminary understanding of engagement, you feel that the information which will be relevant to perform the engagement is likely to be unavailable, then don't accept it. Okay, if you have a doubt about management integrity and you will not be able to perform the review properly, then don't accept. Or management has put some limitation on scope which is otherwise going to lead to a disclaimer of opinion, then don't accept the review engagement. So when you should not accept, that is given. Did you understand? Okay, now precondition. Remember we had a preconditions for audit. The same way preconditions for this review engagement. Okay, so prior to accepting this, you need to see the precondition, whether the financial reporting framework applied in preparation of financial statement is acceptable. So whether the management is used acceptable financial reporting framework over here, and you obtain an agreement from the management, it acknowledges. Management acknowledges its responsibility for preparation of financial statement in accordance with the applicable financial reporting framework, okay, for establishing internal controls, and to provide the practitioner with access to all information, additional information, unrestricted access to person. This is same as nothing but your SA 210, no change at all. And whenever you feel that you preconditions are not fulfilled, don't accept the engagement. Okay. Now, if it is discovered after the engagement has been accepted, you already accepted the engagement and now you feel, this point important, after the engagement has been accepted and now you feel, oh, the preconditions are not fulfilled, what to do? Now what to do? You need to discuss the matter with the management or TCWG. So you already accepted, but now you feel preconditions are not fulfilled, I should not have accepted. To discuss it with management, TCWG, determine whether the matter can be resolved or whether it's appropriate to continue the engagement, and whether and if so, how to communicate the matter in practitioner's report. So discuss it with the management, see whether the matter can be resolved. Acha, if whether it's appropriate to continue or not, and how to communicate about it in your practitioner's report. Okay. Now, content of engagement letter. Now, normally the principal matters, remember in engagement letter were 5 that are there. 2 extra over here, the intended use or distribution. Now, it should not be starting from F, it should be starting from A, B, C, D, E, F, kind of that way. And you need to make a statement. You need to write down a statement in letter of engagement. It is not an audit, and we are not going to give an audit opinion. So we are not giving a reasonable assurance. We are giving a moderate or a limited assurance. Okay. Determining and performing your procedures. Now, we already understood that under your review, it's primarily inquiry with management and the analytical procedures. Okay. So which all inquiries I can make? So try to see. In obtaining sufficient appropriate audit evidence to provide a basis for conclusion, the practitioner shall design and perform inquiry and analytical procedure. You have to design and perform what? Inquiry and analytical procedure to address all material items and to focus on addressing areas where risk of material misstatement are likely to arise. Okay, now what all inquiries I can do? The practitioner's inquiry of management and others will include following. Okay, so inquiries में क्या क्या आएगा? This is important. Okay, so how management makes significant accounting estimate? How management identifies the related party transaction? Okay, whether there are any significant, unusual, complex transaction events or matters which have occurred? Existence of any actual suspected or alleged fraud. Any frauds are there? I'll inquire about that. Whether management has identified and addressed any events which occurred after the balance sheet date till the date the books are approved by approving authority. So any adjusting events are there. That basis for management's assessment of entity's ability to continue as going concern. Whether there are future events or conditions which cast a doubt on entity's ability to continue as going concern. Material commitments, contractual obligation, contingencies. Material non-monetary transactions which have been entered during the period under consideration. So I will inquire about all these things. So try to see, we are inquiring about what? The significant accounting estimates, how they are making, about the related party, about significant, unusual or complex transactions or events or matter which have came during the current period. Okay, any alleged or suspected fraud which came up. How subsequent events have been addressed. How management has determined their going concern. Is there any material uncertainty related to going concern? So this all points basically I'll be inquiring with them. Okay. Now, this point is analytical procedure assist the practitioner in. The analytical procedure will assist you in what all things? So analytical procedures is assisting you in obtaining or updating practitioner's understanding of entity, its environment, and you're able to identify areas where risk of material misstatement are likely to arise. Okay, if you're doing analytical procedure, it will help you to identify risky areas. It will help you to identify inconsistencies from expected trend or values. It will provide a corroborative evidence. Sometimes you do some other procedure together with that. Analytical procedure gives you corroborative evidence, and it serves as an additional procedure when you become aware of matter that financial statements may be materially misstated. The question if comes, The analytical procedure assists in what things? तो ये आंसर है. This is the answer. Clear? ठीक है. Now comes your practitioner's report. See, again it will not be starting from M. It's A, B, C, D. So typing mistake is there. The title clearly indicating it's independent practitioner's report. You will not write independent auditor's report. It's independent practitioner's report that will be written. Addressee, the appropriate addressee. Introductory paragraph, you write that we are not audited, we have reviewed. So we are not audited, we have reviewed. That's the thing. A description of management responsibility. They are responsible for preparation of financial statement in accordance with applicable financial reporting framework and for the internal controls. ठीक है. In your responsibility, in practitioner's responsibility para, you write down that the review has been conducted in accordance with SRE 2400. ठीक है. And you write down that it's a limited assurance engagement. The procedures performed are primarily making inquiries and doing analytical procedures. Procedures are substantially less than what we perform under audit, and that's why we are not giving an audit opinion. ठीक है. Then comes your conclusion. Conclusion will be negatively drafted. Nothing has come to our attention based on which we say that the financial statements are not showing a true and fair view. That way it will be written. That's the thing. ठीक है. Which are the phrases we use? So if it's an unmodified conclusion, based on our review, nothing has come to our attention that causes us to believe that the financial statement do not give a true and fair view in accordance with applicable financial reporting framework. Acha, if it's a qualified report, so I'll write based on a review, except for the effect or possible effect of the matter given in basis for qualified opinion section of the report, nothing has come to our attention which causes us to believe that the financial statements are not showing a true and fair view. So except that, nothing has come to our attention. Fine. Then this is the illustrative format, not relevant for examination purpose. Now, coming to illustration number 1. Okay, distinguish between audit and a review. Audit mein you get a reasonable assurance. Yahan pe there's a limited assurance. Okay, way of giving assurance, here it's positively, here it will be negatively worded. Okay, the procedures are elaborate and extensive. Yahan pe fewer procedure, primarily inquiry, analytical procedure. Here you draw reasonable conclusion, here you draw limited conclusion. Fine. Now going to SRE 2410. It's a review of interim financial information by the independent auditor of the entity. So this review is conducted by the independent auditor of the entity. वहाँ पे it was conducted by a practitioner who was not the auditor of the entity. ठीक है. Now general principles are fine. Directly come to the objective. General principles are fine. Directly come to the objective. The objective of engagement to review interim financial information is to enable the auditor to express a conclusion. Whether based on review, anything has come to his attention which causes him to believe that the financial statements are not showing a true and fair view, or they are not prepared in accordance with applicable financial reporting framework. The same thing. Moderate assurance will be getting no audit. It's not an audit, and it consists of making inquiries and doing analytical procedures. Fine. Okay, procedure for review of interim financial information. You obtain understanding of entity, environment, including internal control. Okay, the same, we have to obtain understanding about entity, environment, internal control. Now pay attention. There's one question over here which is good. If you obtain understanding of entity, environment, internal control, you are able to identify the potential misstatements, consider the likelihood of that occurrence, and you can decide upon inquiries, analytical procedure or other review procedure which will be providing you a suitable basis. So you are able to design your responses. Okay. Now question is this. What are the procedures performed by auditor? I repeat the question. What are the procedures performed by auditor to update the understanding of entity, environment, including internal control? So what procedures do you do to update your understanding of entity, environment, including the internal control? Okay, the one, you read the documentation. You read your documentation of the prior year's audit report as well as prior year's interim report, and you try to identify matters which are affecting the current period. ठीक है. You consider any significant risk that were identified in prior year financial statement. ठीक है, you read the most recent annual and comparable prior periods. ठीक है, you consider materiality. You consider materiality so that you're able to determine, you need to focus on what all things. You consider the nature of any corrected misstatement, corrected material misstatement, or identified uncorrected immaterial misstatements which were there in prior periods. ठीक है, you consider the significant financial accounting reporting matters such as weaknesses in internal controls which were identified. You consider the result of audit procedures performed in the current period financial statement. Acha, so see, I am trying to update my knowledge. So I need to see what all has happened. I need to just try to recall what all has happened to update my knowledge. I'm trying to recall what all has happened. Understanding? Okay, first one, you review the documentation of prior year's audit and review of prior interim period that may be affecting the current interim period. Okay, you consider any significant risk which were identified in prior period financial statements. You consider the materiality with reference to applicable financial reporting framework to as it relates to interim financial information. The materiality should be based on interim financial information. Okay, consider the nature of any corrected material misstatements. Some material misstatements identified, okay, they corrected it. Acha, and there were immaterial misstatements, but they did not correct it. Acha, that were immaterial that time. Can I say now it may be material? ठीक है. You consider the result of audit procedures performed with respect to current period financial statement. You consider the result of internal audit which has been done. You inquire with the management about the management's assessment of risk that interim financial statement may be materially misstated. You inquire with management about change in business activity. You inquire with management about significant changes in internal control which have happened. You inquire with the management about the process by which the interim financial information has been prepared. This all you do it. I'm trying to look into past. I'm trying to inquire with management in order to update my knowledge about entity, environment, internal control. ठीक है. Now, we are required to do inquiries, analytical procedures, and other review procedure. So you need to make inquiry. किस पे? I should inquire with whom? So primarily of persons responsible for financial and accounting matters. And then I should also perform analytical and other review procedures. ठीक है. Now, the auditor performs following procedures. The auditor performs following procedure. So which are the procedures we perform under your SRE 2410? The one, you read the minutes of the meeting of shareholder, TCWG, etc., which affects the interim financial information. ठीक है. You consider the effect of matter which gave rise to modification in previous period. You communicate with other auditor who are performing a review of interim financial information for components. Okay, the one, you read the minutes of meeting which is affecting the interim financials. Okay, you see the matter which gave rise to modification in prior period, how they have been now resolved, or is it still affecting? You communicate with other auditor who are performing reviews of component, and you inquire following things. You inquire about the following. So what all inquiry I should be making? Okay, so inquire whether they have been prepared as per the applicable financial reporting framework, inquire whether there's a change in accounting principle, inquire whether interim financial statement contains any uncorrected misstatement, inquire about related party transaction, changes in contingent liability, significant changes occurring in last several days. Basically, you inquire all these things. Okay, see that the interim financial information agree with the underlying accounting record. So whatever is the data coming in ledger, the same figures are coming in the interim financials. Okay, inquire about the subsequent event also. So this all things you inquire. ठीक है. Okay, which all representations from management I can take? Which all representations from management I can take regarding this review of interim financial information? To obtain representation from management that it acknowledges its responsibility to design and implement internal controls. ठीक है. They acknowledge that the interim financial statement is prepared in accordance with applicable financial reporting framework. Acha, take a representation that they believe that the uncorrected misstatements are immaterial. According to them, the uncorrected misstatements are immaterial. ठीक है. Take a representation, they have disclosed all facts relating to fraud or suspected fraud. So this is actually from all essays together. All essays में wherever they told you take representation, that all points are coming over here together. ठीक है. It has disclosed to auditor assessment of risk that interim financial statement may be misstated due to fraud. It has disclosed to auditor all known actual and possible non-compliances of laws and regulation. And it is disclosed to auditor all significant event which has occurred after the balance sheet date, about subsequent event. All related essays told you to take representation, that all is coming together here. ठीक है. Now this is fine, this is coming to your report. Now see, pay attention. Your main audit report, when you are giving, it's addressed to the shareholders. But whenever you're giving a review report on interim financial information, it's not to the shareholders, it will be addressed to the board of directors. So main report is addressed to whom? The auditor, the shareholders. This is addressed to the board of director. ठीक है. You identify the interim financial information, the date and period covered by them. You write down that the review is basically performed, it's a limited assurance, and it will basically cover your primarily inquiry analytical procedures. Audit is not performed, we are not giving any audit opinion. Moving ahead, now come to question number 1, important. Okay, give examples of analytical procedure that auditor may consider when performing a review. Okay, whenever you are doing a review, give example of analytical procedure that you may consider. Acha, one question which we had done earlier was analytical procedure assists in what? This is not assist in what? This is basically the analytical procedures ke examples you give it. So I can compare the interim financial information with the immediately preceding, the means quarter currently. Suppose the current quarter is basically Q4, we compare Q4 with Q3. And we can also compare with previous year Q4 with interim financial information of corresponding interim period, means Q4 of last year. That, ठीक है. You compare the current interim financial information with anticipated result budgets. You compare the current interim financial information with some non-financial data. ठीक है. You compare the recorded amount or ratios to the expectations developed by auditor. ठीक है. You compare them with the industry standards, comparing ratio with the entities in the same industry. ठीक है. You compare relationship amongst element. You compare the relationship amongst element, like expense as a type as percentage of sale, so expense as percentage of sale, interest as percentage of total loan. So try to compare the relationship amongst element and compare a disaggregated data. Aggregated is combined, disaggregated means split. So monthly revenues you compare, or weekly revenues you compare, or product wise revenue you compare, location wise revenues you compare, or basically revenue generated by designer, architects, craftsmen, so attribute wise you are comparing. This is basically disaggregated data. So what are the examples of analytical procedure which you can do over here? Compare interim financial information Q4 current year with Q3, or you can also compare with Q4 of last year. Okay, comparing with the anticipated results budget ke saath, comparing with the basically estimates of the auditor, comparing with similar industry standard, doing a disaggregated analysis, that can also be done. These are all things. Okay, next one is SAE 3400. SAE 3400. Okay, so SRE, standards on review engagement over. Now I go to standards on assurance engagement. This is other than historical financial information. So we are having basically other assurance, it's an assurance engagement, but for other than historical financial information. 3400 talks about examination of prospective financial information, PFI. It talks about what? Prospective financial information. Now, prospective financial information means financial information which is based on assumption and about events that may occur in future and the possible actions by entity. Prospective financial information. Okay, the forecast, uske upar we are reporting. Now see, the prospective financial information, why it is prepared. One, it can be for internal management tool, budgets, or it can be for distribution to third party, like in a prospectus or in an annual report or a document given to bank, etc., for obtaining a loan bond, etc. ठीक है. Now, who is responsible for preparation of prospective financial information? Management. You are called upon to report on it. Now see, prospective financial information relates to figures of future, and that figures may turn true, may not turn true, so we cannot report on figures. I repeat, we cannot report on figures. So we'll report on what? We'll report on the assumptions. We'll report on the assumptions based on which the PFI is prepared. Acha, so we'll be reporting whether the assumptions are reasonable or not. And we give a limited assurance on assumptions. We are not giving a reasonable assurance. We are giving a limited assurance on the assumptions. ठीक है. The auditor may be asked to examine and report on PFI to increase the credibility. You need to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence about whether the management's best estimate assumption. Achha, there are two types of assumption. One is the best estimate assumption. Second is hypothetical. Okay, 10 years ke baad will be like this. That's hypothetical. So best estimate assumption, we need to check whether they are reasonable or not. Hypothetical assumption, we need to check they're consistent with the other things. Like management says after 10 years sales will be tripled. So have they also considered the investment in new plant and machinery? तो वो देखना है. ठीक है. तो management's best estimate assumptions are not unreasonable and hypothetical assumptions are consistent with the purpose of information. Okay, plus based on assumption whether the PFI has been prepared properly. Okay, it has been properly presented and it's consistent with the historical financial statement. So you need to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence about this four things. The management's best estimate assumptions are not unreasonable. Hypothetical assumptions are consistent with the information. Okay, based on assumption, they've been properly prepared, properly presented, and it's consistent with the historical financial information. Fine. Now, pay attention. See, prospective financial information relates to events and action that have not yet occurred, might not occur also. So you are not in a position to express opinion on the figures. I cannot report on PFI. तो उसके ऊपर I cannot report. Figures के ऊपर I am not reporting. So we will be reporting on reasonableness of assumption, and that too I'll not give a basically a high level of assurance. I'll be giving only a moderate level of assurance. So nothing has come to our attention which causes us to believe that the assumptions are not unreasonable. Means they are reasonable. So nothing has come to our attention which causes us to believe that the assumptions are not unreasonable. ठीक है. Okay, if at all you feel the assumptions are clearly unrealistic, or PFI will not be appropriate for the intended use, don't accept the engagement. ठीक है. Audit procedure over here is fine. Directly moving ahead. Okay, going to the reporting. Other things are fine over here. The important was that first and second thing, introduction and auditor's assurance. That two were most important for PFI. Okay, the report by auditor will include what? Title, addressee, this all is fine. In identification of prospective financial information, refer to the standard on auditing applicable, that is SAE 3400. State that management is responsible for basically preparation of PFI based on the assumption, and they are only responsible for making the assumptions. Fine. They are basically, you write down basically what, that we have basically done this assurance engagement in accordance with SAE 3400, and as per this we are required to basically verify what? The assumptions. The best estimate assumptions are reasonable and the hypothetical assumptions are consistent with the information which has been provided. Plus PFI relates to future, to always give a caution statement that the figures shown may not be achieved. That is always possible. The appropriate caveat, so that is there. Acha. And assumptions pay, I'm not giving a high level of assurance, I'm giving a moderate assurance. We'll be giving a negative way. So based on examination, whether anything has come to his attention which causes him to believe that the assumption do not provide a reasonable basis for PFI, so we'll write nothing has come to your attention which causes us to believe that the assumption do not provide a reasonable basis for PFI. ठीक है. Acha, and based on assumption whether they've been prepared properly, give your opinion whether they've been prepared properly, whether they've been presented in accordance with the relevant financial reporting framework. Okay, so assumption pe I will be basically reporting on negative way. Based on that, whether it has been prepared properly, presented properly, that I'll be giving a normal thing. ठीक है. Caution statement. Actual results are likely to be different from PFI since anticipated events frequently do not occur as expected and variations could be material. ठीक है. Okay, if presentation disclosure is not adequate, if presentation disclosure of PFI not adequate, you should either give a qualified report or adverse report or you may withdraw. Okay, assumptions are not reasonable. Assumptions are not reasonable. No qualified. Directly adverse or withdraw. Achha, you're not allowed to check the things. Disclaimer or withdraw. You're not allowed to check the things. Disclaimer or withdraw. This is your 3400. Come to question number 1. Come to question number 1. Okay, TN company wants to issue prospectus and for that they want to include a projected financial statement, PFI. Fine. What things you consider before accepting such an engagement and what evidence you will obtain for reporting on PFI? Two question. One is before accepting the engagement, what all things you will consider? And second one is what all evidence you will be obtaining regarding the PFI. Coming to first, before accepting, what all I'll consider? The intended use of information. Okay. The assumption, if I feel assumptions are clearly unrealistic, I should not accept the engagement. Elements to be included in the information, the period covered by information. More the period it becomes, basically, see, if I say what after 50 years, so that's kind of very dicey. Okay. Auditor should not accept or withdraw from engagement whenever the assumptions are clearly unrealistic or you believe that PFI will not be suitable for the intended purpose. Okay. And in accordance with SA 210, the auditor and client should agree on the terms of engagement. Same applies here also. So this all I'll basically consider before accepting the engagement. Fine. Okay. Now what evidence I'll obtain relating to PFI? The auditor should document the matters which are important in providing evidence, and the audit evidence in form of working paper will include what? Audit evidence in form of working paper will include what? One, the source of information, the basis of forecast, the assumptions which were made, hypothetical assumption, uske liye evidence. So evidence in form of working paper will include the source of information, the base of forecast, the assumption ke related certain checking what I have done. Hypothetical assumption, usko evidence ko support kar raha hai, kind of that. Material representations, which I want. Acha, management's acceptance of responsibility. The plan, nature, timing, extent of the procedures which you have performed. And if you are giving a modified opinion, why modified, uska detail. So this all should be there in your documentation. The audit evidence in form of working papers will include, so this all will be there in your documentation relating to PFI ka checking. Is it clear? Okay, Ajay is a question, sir. Whenever we are required to give moderate assurance, do we frame our opinion in a negative way? Answer is yes. See, moderate assurance is you are not telling directly, wahan pe you'll be telling it in an indirect manner. If you tell directly, it will be basically not a moderate, it will be a high level of assurance. So negatively framed, answer is yes. Okay, next one is SAE 3402. Next one, SAE 3402. Okay, pay attention. See, we had SA 402. SA 402 talked about the roles and responsibility of user entity auditor when an entity is using service organization. So auditor's responsibility in relation to audit where the entity uses a service organization, that was 402. अच्छा, 402 में if you recall we are obtaining a type 1 report or type 2 report from the service organization's auditor. तो कहने से service organization's auditor is reporting on the accounting system and internal control systems which are at service organization. Okay, the service organization's auditor is reporting on the accounting system and internal control systems which are there at service organization. So can I say is reporting on other than historical financial information? So he's giving assurance, but not about historical financial information, but about the accounting system, internal control system which are at service organization. So that's why this falls under SAE if you look from service auditor's angle. ठीक है. So service auditor is required to give a report to the user entity and their auditors about the controls at service organization. This is not a report on financial statement. This is a report on accounting system, internal control system of service organization. And it complements SA 402. ठीक है. तो over here, directly come to requirements. So this is from service organization's auditor's angle. Fine. The service auditor shall comply with the ethical requirement. The service auditor shall determine the appropriate person within the service organization's management with whom to interact. And now, the service organization's auditor, see, the one he has to basically report about description. Second, he has to report about design. Third, he has to report about operating effectiveness if it is type 2 report. Okay, so in assessing the suitability of criteria, he has to evaluate the service organization description of system. So service organization ka description of system, I need to evaluate what? Whether the description presents the services provided, how the transactions are initiated, recorded, processed. Okay, the related accounting records maintained by service organization, how the system of service organization captures events and conditions which are significant, how the process is used to prepare reports, so, and the control objective and the related control. So we need to evaluate that. The description includes all these things. Achha, if it's a type 2 report, it will not be as at a given date, it will be during the period. Type 1 report is as at a given date. Type 2 report is for the period where there is also operating effectiveness. Okay, the description में ये सब check करना है. ठीक है? Okay, design में what we need to check? The service organization, we need to check. The service auditor has to determine whether the service organization has identified the risk that threaten the achievement of control objective. So what are the risks that threatens the achievement of control objective and the controls which are there in the system? And if they are working as basically told, would it be sufficient to meet the objective? So would provide a reasonable assurance that the risks do not prevent the stated control objective from being achieved. Okay, so one for design, I need to see all this. One was for description. Second is for design, I need to see. For design, I need to see whether the service organizations identified the risks that threaten the achievement of control objective, and whatever control activities what they are having, if they are working well, would it be able to ensure that the control objectives are working fine? And third, with regards to operating effectiveness, the service auditor shall see whether the controls were consistently applied throughout the period or not. Okay, so this is what we need to check. Now we check it. Okay, so someone asked me, sir, same thing. यहाँ पे with the description, design, operating effectiveness, again obtaining evidence regarding description, design, operating effectiveness. Say someone asked, sir, why two times? पहले they are telling what we need to check in that. Now we are checking it. पहले क्या क्या चेक करना है? Description ऐसा होना चाहिए, design ऐसा होना चाहिए. Operating effectiveness में basically it should be like this. Now we check whether it's really like that or not. Okay, so now we are really checking, obtaining evidence. Okay, so you obtain and read the service organization's description of system. You obtain and read. As a service auditor, you obtain and read the service organization description and you try to see whether it includes the control objective, the relevant controls which are implemented, services provided by subservice organization is there, so whether it's an inclusive approach, carve out approach, which is the method which has been used. ठीक है. Now you obtain evidence regarding design. Okay, description के लिए you obtain the description from the management of service organization, see whether all these things are there or not. Now regarding design. The service auditor shall determine which of the controls at service organization are necessary to achieve the control objective. And uske liye what do? So you identify the risk which threatens the achievement of control objective and you establish a link. As an auditor, try to establish a link. Okay, this is the objective. Uske liye this control, this is fine. So establish a linkage of the control identified in the description with those risks. तो ये risk है, ये इसका control objective है. For that, okay, this control is there. This control will ensure that objective is being achieved. ठीक है. Now obtain evidence about operating effectiveness. If it's a type 2 report, you're also required to tell. The service auditor also has to tell about the operating effectiveness. ठीक है. So for that, you need to perform the test of control. You need to test it, and just by inquiry, it will not work. So you need to perform procedures in combination with inquiry to obtain evidence. How are the controls applied, the consistency with which they are applied, by whom and by what means they are applied. So you try to obtain basically with not just inquiry, other procedures in combination with inquiry you try to see. And when determining the extent of test of control, how much I should check the control, extent of test of control. So the service auditor shall consider the characteristic of population, like the nature of control, the frequency of their application, the rate of deviation. More the expected rate of deviation, more you check it. Frequency of application is high, the more you check it. So depending on all that, you basically decide how much detail may I need to test it. You have to check operating effectiveness. अब कितना detail check करो, that's on you. ठीक है. If the service organization is an internal audit function, as a service organization's auditor, I need to obtain understanding of the internal audit function as well. Okay, so now you have obtained, basically you have checked the description, you have checked the design, you have checked the operating effectiveness. Now you come to your reporting. Heading will be Independent Service Auditor's Assurance Report. Independent Service Auditor's Assurance Report will be the heading. And just remember, type 1 report is always as at a date, type 2 report is for the period. ठीक है. Other things are fine over here, not important. Come to SAE 3420. SAE 3420. Okay, SAE 3420, assurance engagement to report on Proforma financial information. Assurance engagement to report on compilation of Proforma financial information included in prospectus. Achha, you are not called upon to prepare a Proforma financial information. You are called upon to report on a Proforma financial information. Now, question arises, what do you mean by the word Proforma financial information? Pay attention over here. You already written this in class. Okay, whenever company comes out with the IPO, whenever the company is coming out with the IPO, they have to issue prospectus. In prospectus, the data about financial information is given, but we don't give the financial information which is as per the audited financial. We are required to give some restated financial. In prospectus, they are required to give restated financial information, also known as Proforma financial information, for certain number of years. Now, what is a restated financial information? The restated financial information is prepared by making a restatement adjustment to the audited financial. The audited hai, usme adjustment karo, you get a restated financial information. Now, sir, adjustments are made for what? Adjustments are made for what? The adjustments are made for the change in accounting policy, the change in accounting estimates, any qualification in auditor's report, some regrouping, reclassification. Achha, amalgamation, merger, demerger happened. It needs to be presented as if that amalgamation, merger, demerger has happened from the earliest period presented. So if you are giving last 5 years data An amalgamation happened in 4th year, so don't assume it's in 4th year, assume it's from the 1st year only, from the earliest period presented. Okay. And we need to make adjustment such that the effect of above is given from the earliest period presented. Acha. So for the purpose of prospectus, whenever you are coming out, you need to give a restated financial information. How that restated financial information is prepared? You have a audited financial information, usme some restatement adjustments are being done. And restatement adjustments are being done in a manner as if this all items are adjusted from the earliest period presented. Okay, the question. Who will be responsible for preparation of Proforma financial information? Sir, management. They call it as responsible party. So they are responsible for preparation of Proforma financial information. We are called upon to give opinion on it. So we are reporting on other than historical financial information. It's not historical, it's a restated Proforma. Kuch alag hai. ठीक है? Okay, let's check over here. This SAE deals with reasonable assurance engagement. It's a reasonable assurance engagement where you are called upon to report, where a practitioner is called upon to report on responsible parties, management, compilation of Proforma financial information which is to be included in prospectus. Achha, such a reporting is required by securities law, SEBI, or it is as per the general practice. Yahan pe India mein it's as per SEBI. The purpose of Proforma financial information. What is the purpose? Purpose of Proforma financial information included in prospectus is solely to illustrate the impact of significant event or transaction as if such event or transaction has occurred from the earliest date selected for the purpose of illustration. You need to remember few lines. The purpose of Proforma financial information included in prospectus is solely to illustrate the impact of significant event transaction on unadjusted financial information as if that event or transaction had taken place at earliest period presented for the purpose of illustration. This is achieved by doing a Proforma adjustment to the unadjusted financial information, and Proforma financial information does not represent your actual position. The Proforma financial are not representing your actual position. Okay, who will compile, who will prepare the Proforma financial information? Management. The compilation of Proforma financial information involves responsible party gathering, classifying, summarizing, presenting the financial information. So what are the steps? 1. The management will identify the source, the unadjusted financial, that is generally audited financial. Then they'll make Proforma adjustment and then they will have a resulting Proforma financial information. So unadjusted mein you do Proforma adjustment, you get the Proforma financial information. Okay, a reasonable assurance engagement to report on compilation of Proforma financial information involves procedures which are given under this essay. So you need, as an auditor, what you need to do over here, you are reporting on Proforma. I need to see whether the unadjusted financial information, the source used is proper. The Proforma adjustment done are as per the applicable criteria. The adjustments done are as per the applicable criteria, and based on that the Proforma financial information is now coming properly, it's presented properly. Okay. So check over here whether the applicable criteria used by the responsible party for compilation of Proforma financial information provides a reasonable basis. And as an auditor, you need to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence about whether the adjustments are as per the applicable criteria. The resulting Proforma column is prepared properly and the overall presentation is proper. Acha, now pay attention. You had already done an audit of audited financial. Now this Proforma financial is basically prepared by management to give it in prospectus. We are giving report on this. We are not changing our report on the audited financials which were already given by us earlier. So it does not involve practitioner updating or reissuing any report or opinion on historical financial information. So on the audited financials, we had already given opinion, wo change nahi ho raha hai. It's just that they've done some adjustment which is required by SEBI, and I'm giving a report on Proforma financial information, whether the adjustments have been done as per the applicable criteria or not, and the Proforma financial information is coming proper or not. Okay. Now, the objective of practitioner are to obtain a reasonable assurance that proforma financial information has been compiled as per applicable criteria, and then I need to give a report. Unadjusted are basically the financial information on which adjustments are done. उसको बोलते हैं unadjusted. अच्छा, proforma adjustment. The proforma adjustment they are telling it includes what? The proforma adjustment includes what? Adjustment relating to. It includes what? Adjustment relating to the impact of significant event or transaction, as if that event or transaction had taken place from the beginning of the earliest period presented for the purpose of illustration. If you are giving 5 years, so it's at beginning of 5 years. The amalgamation happened not in 4th year, beginning of 1st year only, that way. And adjustments to unadjusted financials which are necessary to ensure that the financial information is complied on a basis which is consistent with the applicable financial reporting framework and the accounting policy under framework. So if there's a change in policy, change in estimate, we basically try to take actual, or we try to see that these policies were followed from very beginning. That way it is there. Okay, the one is to illustrate the impact of significant event and transaction as if it has been undertaken at the earliest date selected for the purpose of illustration. And second over here is the adjustments which are necessary for having this proforma financial information consistent with the financial reporting framework and having a consistent policies. So these two types of adjustments are done. Okay? So to your unadjusted financial, proforma adjustments are done, we get a proforma financial information. Okay, the unadjusted proforma, you get a proforma financial information. Okay. The applicable criteria is the criteria used by responsible party for preparing this proforma financial information. Okay, you're called upon to accept this kind of engagement. You're called upon to accept this kind of engagement. Should I accept it? One. So first, you should try to see whether you have that competence to do such a project. So whether you have a capability, competence, that's one. Second, you try to see whether the applicable criteria which is used by that responsible party are suitable. If I feel the criteria used by suitable party are not proper, then I will not accept. Third, the wordings of the opinion prescribed by law or regulation, would it be likely that you will be able to follow the procedures given in this SAE? If law or regulation says you use these words, okay, by using that word, would I be able to fulfill the requirement of SAE? Yes, then you take up the engagement, not a problem. Acha, if the entity's historical financial information is never audited or reviewed, okay, the source itself is never audited or reviewed, so whether the practitioner can obtain sufficient understanding of entity, its accounting and financial reporting practices to perform the engagement, whether you'll be able to perform engagement, try to see that. And you obtain an agreement from responsible party. You obtain agreement from responsible party that it acknowledges, understands its responsibility for. It acknowledges, understands its responsibility for compiling the proforma financial information as per the applicable criteria. Okay, describing the applicable criteria and giving practitioner all information of records, additional information required, access to those within the entities, and amalgamation, merger, demerger happened, तो उसके related वो entity का data also from beginning. When needed for the purpose, access to appropriate individual within the acquiree in a business combination. ठीक है, तो access to individual within acquiree, because उनका data also are needed from 1st year onwards, that way. Okay, planning and performing an engagement. How do I plan and perform this engagement for reporting on proforma financial information? Okay, the practitioner shall assess whether the applicable criteria are suitable. Okay. When planning and performing the engagement, you should consider the materiality. Proforma adjustments may, if it's immaterial, you may not do it. Okay. You need to understand how the responsible party has prepared the proforma financial information. How responsible party has prepared the proforma financial information. Okay. You need to obtain evidence about appropriateness of source. The unadjusted financials which are used, they are appropriate or not. Okay. You need to see whether a responsible party has appropriately extracted the unadjusted financial information from the source. ठीक है, तो वन पहले सोर्स कौन सा होना चाहिए, उसमें से they have extracted data properly or not. Okay, they have made proper adjustments. You need to have evidence about appropriateness of the adjustments done. Adjustments include what? We already understood this. And then you need to evaluate the presentation, and you need to read some other information in prospectus so that proforma financial information, other information in prospectus are not conflicting. This is what you need to do. Okay, the first of all, assess whether the applicable criteria are suitable. You need to consider materiality. You need to basically see the responsible party has compiled the proforma financial information, how they have compiled it. Source used by them is appropriate or not, adjustments done by them are appropriate or not, presentation basically is proper or not. ठीक है. Now comes opinion and reporting. Now comes opinion and reporting. See, I'll be reporting whether the proforma financial information have been compiled as per the applicable criteria. If they have been compiled as per applicable criteria, I'll write, in our opinion, the basically proforma financial information have been compiled as per the applicable criteria. That way you need to write. Okay, the check over here, I'll directly go, okay, that's it, no illustrative format, it's fine. Okay, this was your SAE 3420. Acha, so 3 SAE 3400 prospective financial information, 3402 that was service auditor ka report, and 3420 it's basically proforma financial information pe we are reporting. Okay, now going to SRS. SRS is standards on related services. There are two related services. One is agreed upon procedure, second is compilation engagement. ठीक है, so this is engagement to perform agreed upon procedure. Now under your engagement to perform agreed upon procedure, we are called upon by the management, or it can be a third party, to do the procedures which we agree. And we report the fact which we find. Acha, so we are not commenting on the figures provided by management. I'm not commenting on the figures provided by management. Over here there is no assurance. Assurance comes into picture when we are commenting on the figures given by management. I say this shows a true and fair view. That's basically your assurance. So yahan pe there is no assurance coming. Okay, the check over here. The purpose of this standard is to establish guidance on professional responsibility whenever you are performing agreed upon procedure. ठीक है. Now, under an agreed upon procedure, the auditor is engaged by a client to issue a report on factual findings. Okay? And it will be related to a specific element, account, or item. So, I am not reporting on that element or account or item. Remember, engagement to report on single financial statement or a single element or item of financial statement, that was SA 805. I'm not reporting on that single element. Here I'll do the procedures which are agreed upon, and whatever fact I find out, I'll just report the fact. This is agreed upon procedure. Achha, if you are called upon to say whether the debtors show a true and fair view, if I'm called upon to report debtors showing a true and fair view, that's SA 805. But if I'm called upon to do specified audit procedure for debtor, that will be coming under SRS 4400. ठीक है. Bank may also ask the auditor to verify and give the monthly stock figures of the client. You go to client place, you physically verify the stock, quantity comes, multiply with the average rate coming in the system, whatever stock figure comes, you report to us. If that I'm doing, it's an agreed upon procedure. ठीक है. What's the objective of agreed upon procedure? The objective of agreed upon procedure engagement is for the auditor to carry out procedure. The auditor to carry out the procedure of audit nature to which auditor, entity, or appropriate third party have agreed, and to report the factual findings. We are just reporting the fact which I find. If I find stock is 0, I'll report stock is 0. I'm not commenting on the stock which is given by management. उसमें मेरे को कोई लेना देना ही नहीं है. So there is no assurance over here, and the report will be generally restricted for the parties who have agreed upon to the things. ठीक है. Now, as it does not involve assurance, you are not giving an assurance, independence is not mandatory over here. Okay, do I need to follow the ethical requirements? Do I need to follow code of ethics? Yes, but independence is not mandatory. Okay, you need to basically conduct the agreed upon procedure in accordance with this SRS. Okay, you need to comply with code of ethics, but independence is not required as it is a non-assurance engagement. Okay, you need to have a clear understanding regarding the audit procedures which are to be done. The clear understanding has to be there what the other entity or what the third party wants from me. The matters to be agreed includes nature of engagement. You need to write down that we are not going to do audit, we are not going to do review, so no assurance is given. Purpose of engagement. Okay, nature, timing, extent of the procedure to be applied. कौन सी procedure करना है, that needs to be agreed. Okay, the report of factual finding, the limitation on distribution, it is only for whom, that needs to be agreed upon. ठीक है. Now, which the procedures applied in an engagement to do agreed upon procedure. The procedures are similar to auditing. We are doing a agreed upon procedures. Procedures are similar to audit, but it's not a audit, not a review. We are not commenting on the figures given by management. Okay, so which procedures can be applied to inquiry, analysis, recomputation, observation, inspection, obtaining confirmation, anything can be there. Important is reporting. Okay. The report of agreed upon procedure should specifically contain the following. The report should specifically contain the following. What? You need to identify the specific financial or non-financial information to which the agreed upon procedure have been applied. To identify that, okay, we have applied the agreed upon procedure to debtors or to creditors. That. State that the procedure performed are those which are agreed. You say that the engagement were performed in accordance with this SRS. Okay. You identify the purpose for which the agreed upon procedure was performed. Okay, listing of procedure. What all procedures you did, list it. And result of each one of them. So list karo, and then the description of factual finding which came up. State neither audit nor review is done, so no assurance is given, and the report is restricted only to the parties who agreed upon to the procedure. This reporting important. Okay, check illustrative format. So ये थोड़ा intro आ गया. Now see, the procedures performed are solely to assist you in evaluating the validity of account receivable and are summarized as below. So which all procedure we did? 1, 2, 3, 4. We did this. अब इसका result क्या आया? The fact which we found. With respect to item 1, we found addition to be correct. With respect to item 2, we find amount compared to be in agreement. With respect to item 3, this. With respect to item 4, this. So we list down the procedures which have been agreed and we then give the factual finding. And we'll tell that neither audit nor review is done, so no assurance is basically given. ठीक है, check करो ये रहा. So it does not constitute audit or review. We do not express any assurance. Fine, come to question number 1. Okay, an agreed upon procedure engagement. An agreed upon procedure engagement to evaluate validity of accounts payable may include which procedure? Okay, the agreed upon procedure for creditor. Which procedures are included? So comparing the names of major creditor and amount outstanding with the figures in trial balance. So ledger wala, it's matching with trial balance. Then doing external confirmation with them. If balances are not matching, taking a reconciliation from them and reporting it to the management. Obtaining supplier statement or confirmation to confirm the balances. Comparison of such statement with the amount in trial balance. Whatever discrepancy comes, we try to prepare a reconciliation and then we report to the management. So this can be agreed upon procedure for accounts payable. Last standard SRS 4410 compilation. Last standard is SRS 4410, that is compilation. Now under compilation engagement, we are called upon by the management to help management in preparing something. Okay, we are helping management in preparing something, so we are using our accounting and financial reporting expertise. Yeah, we are using our accounting and financial reporting expertise as opposed to the auditing expertise. We are not doing audit only. यहाँ पे ऑडिट नहीं कर रहे हैं, वी आर हेल्पिंग मैनेजमेंट इन प्रिपेयरिंग समथिंग, उनको कुछ बनाने में हेल्प कर रहे हैं, चेक करने नहीं जा रहे, वी आर नॉट गोइंग एंड चेकिंग, तो देयर इज नो ऑडिट, नो रिव्यू, देयर इज नो एश्योरेंस अगेन ओवर हियर. ओके, तो पे अटेंशन. Okay, financial information that may be subjected to a compilation engagement. So why do we have this compilation engagement? It may be for various purposes. So why do they need that compiled financial information? For some mandatory periodic financial reporting requirement. As per laws and regulation, like quarterly they have to give a condensed set, तो उसके लिए they are taking our help. ठीक है. For matter unrelated to mandatory financial reporting, एक था mandatory, ये unrelated to mandatory. उसके अंदर for internal purposes, for management it's prepared for the particular purpose. Okay, it's prepared for some external party under a contract, or it's basically prepared for some transactional purpose, merger, amalgamation में they want data for last 3 months also, or last 2 months also, that way. Okay, now tick this point, the compilation engagement word is important. Okay, the compilation engagement, it's an engagement in which the practitioner applies accounting and financial reporting expertise to assist the management in preparation, presentation of financial information. Since it's not an assurance engagement, we are not checking the data provided by management, हमें उसको check नहीं करना है. And management retains the responsibility for the financial information which has been prepared or presented. अच्छा, तो compiled financial information will also be a responsibility of management. Reason, I have compiled it based on the data given by management. ठीक है. Again, it's a non-assurance engagement. The independence is not mandatory. It's a non-assurance engagement. Independence not mandatory. Again, this point important. The one important was the meaning of the word compilation engagement. Now, how do you perform it? How do you perform the compilation engagement? Okay, so you need to obtain understanding of the following matter. What? The entity's business operation, applicable financial reporting framework. You need to obtain understanding before you perform the compilation engagement. So, business ka knowledge and applicable financial reporting framework. Okay. You should compile the financial information using records, document, explanation, other information, judgments provided by management. I'll compile based on records, documents, explanation, information, significant judgments provided by management. Now, if you feel that the records, documents, explanation, other information, judgments provided by management are incomplete, inaccurate, or unsatisfactory, if you feel this data given by management is incomplete, you request the additional data or corrected information. If you feel it's incomplete, request for extra. If it's inaccurate, request for the corrected one. ठीक है. Okay, if the practitioner is unable to complete engagement because the management is not giving you the relevant documents, records, or you requested a corrected one, they are not giving it to you. They are not giving it to you. So either what do? You withdraw from engagement. The practitioner shall withdraw from engagement. Okay, if practitioner becomes aware, that the compiled financial information does not adequately refer to the applicable financial reporting framework, or if he feels the amendments are required to the compiled financial information, or compiled financial information is misleading, then what do? You should propose the amendments to the management. And if management doesn't amend, you can withdraw. If management declines, then you should withdraw from engagement. So see, we are preparing based on data, record, information, significant judgments provided by the management. If that is incorrect, something wrong is there, we can tell them to give the rectified one. If I feel that the compiled financial information will not be as per the applicable financial reporting framework, or there are some amendments required to it and management is not ready to amend, you withdraw from the engagement. Report is fine, doesn't matter over here. Okay, the documentation. Your documentation related to compilation engagement will include what? The significant matter arising during compilation. How did you address those matter? the record of how the compiled information reconciles with the underlying records provided by the management, and you can also keep a final version of compiled financial information in your records. Plus you can also keep basically the source data etc. provided, that also in your record from which the compilation was done. Okay, moving ahead. Okay, you are appointed to compile the financial statement for tax purpose. You understand the inventory is grossly understated. So can I say when I feel the data record given by them is inaccurate, I should tell them to give a rectified one. If they don't give me rectified one, withdraw. On pointing the same, the partners are telling you are not conducting audit. Why are you worried about it? You're not conducting audit, but still if I understand the data, whatever is basically given for compilation is wrong, ask for the rectified one. They are not doing rectification, withdraw. They are not doing rectification, withdraw. So if you feel the data is incomplete, inaccurate or unsatisfactory, you request the additional or corrected information. If management declines, you should withdraw from the engagement. These are all your standards. We are done with standards. These are all your standards. We are done with standards. Now do one thing. Come to chapter number. I'll come to remaining chapters later. Come to chapter 8 first. Not 8, 7. Come to chapter number 7. There's a CARO over there. I'll finish that thing. So let's finish chapter number 7 now. Okay, now Mohit has a question. Hello sir, can I buy your book for FR in hard copy? Answer is yes. It's available from Yashash Academy, Bangalore. I repeat Mohit, the physical material of mine is available from Yashash Academy, Bangalore. You can purchase FR as well as auditing. Both the books are available over there. Okay, going to chapter number 7, which is on reporting. Let's finish off chapter number 7, then we'll take a break. Okay, chapter number 7 on reporting. See, we understood reporting requirement of SA. The SMA 700 series is on reporting. Now, there are various provisions of Companies Act which are there that are also dealing with the word reporting. Like section 143 subsection 1. As per section 143 subsection 1, duty to inquire. You have a duty to inquire onto 6 matters. Report only if there is an adverse comment. So, which are the matters which I need to inquire? Whether loans and advances made by the company on the basis of security, whether they are adequately secured, and the terms are not prejudicial to the interest of company. Okay. Second, whether the transactions which are represented by mere book entry are not prejudicial to the interest of company. Third, where company is not an investment company or banking company, still you are having assets in form of shares, debentures of basically other companies. And if they have been sold, at a loss, whether the price at which they have been sold is bona fide. If the price at which they have been sold is bona fide, then no need to report. I'm telling you here, you are required to inquire, report only if there is adverse comment. Fourth one, whether loans and advances made by the company have been shown as deposit. If yes, you report. If no, no need to report. Okay, whether personal expenses have been charged to revenue. And last, if shares have been allotted for cash. So whether the cash has been received, and if not, whether it's properly reflected in financial statements. So this were the 6 points you required to inquire, report only if there is an adverse comment. Okay, now moving on to section 143 subsection 2 and 3. Okay, 143.2, there are 2 matters mandatory to be reported. Which are the 2 matters mandatory to be reported? The auditor shall make a report to the members of the company on following: the accounts examined and the financial statement. And we'll write, in our opinion, to the best of information, according to the explanation given to us, the said accounts and the financial statement gives a true and fair view. 143.2 uses the word true and fair, so I can understand it's a fair presentation framework. It's a fair presentation framework. Which are 143.3, there are 10 matters. Okay, 143.3, there are 10 matters we need to mandatory report if they are applicable. Also means if something not applicable, you can remove it. Otherwise, you need to mandatorily report on this 10 matter. Which are the 10 matter? 1. we have sought, whether he has sought and obtained all information. Whether he has sought means you asked for and you obtain all information, explanation, which to the best of knowledge and belief are necessary for the purpose of audit. Second, whether in his opinion, whenever the word comes in his opinion, start with in our opinion. Achha, so whether in his opinion proper books of accounts as required by law have been kept by the company so far as it appears from examination of those books. Third, whether the report of any branch office, audited by a person other than the company auditor. It's audited by a person other than company auditor. Whether his report has been forwarded to you, how did you deal with it? Whether his report is forwarded to you and how did you deal with it? Okay. Fifth one, whether the balance sheet P&L are in agreement with books of accounts. Fourth one, whether the balance sheet P&L are in agreement with books of accounts. Fifth one, whether in your opinion the financial statement comply with accounting standards. Now see, here also the word is in his opinion. So I'll write in our opinion the financial statements are basically complying with accounting standards. Acha, observation or comments of auditor on financial transaction. Observation or comment of auditor on financial transaction or matter which have an adverse effect on functioning of company. Okay, if that such observation or comments are there, you write down. If such observation or comments are not there, no need to write because it doesn't start with the word whether. Achha, whether any director is disqualified to be a director under section 164(2) of Companies Act, and as per 164(2) a director will become disqualified when he will get disqualified when the entity has not filed, the company has not filed annual accounts, annual return for a consecutive period of 3 years, or they've done some default and default continues for 1 year or more. And 164(2) applies to all companies including private companies as well. Okay. Any qualification, reservation, adverse remark relating to maintenance of books of account, if it's there, write down. Nahi hai to ignore it. I point, whether the company has adequate internal financial controls. Whether the company has adequate internal financial controls with reference to financial statement in place and whether they are operating effectively. Whether internal financial controls are there and whether they are operating effectively. But this IFC reporting is exempted for OPC, one-person company, small company, private company with a turnover less than 50 crore as per the last audited balance sheet, and a borrowing less than 25 crore anytime during the financial year. Achha, the turnover less than 50 crore, borrowing less than 25 crore, both has to be fulfilled. And if you want to have an exemption with regards to IFC reporting, you should not have violated section 137 or section 92. You should not have defaulted in filing your annual accounts, annual return. That is basically required. Okay. And J point, any other matter as may be prescribed. Sir, is there any other matter? Answer is yes. Yes. So which are that other matters? Here are niche. Okay. Whether the company has disclosed the impact of pending litigation in its financial statement. Whether the company has made provision as required by the law for all long-term contract, including the derivative contract. Okay. Whether there are delays in transferring funds to IEPF. Achha, D point is omitted. It was related to that demonetization wala thing. Okay. E point. E point is basically related to A Limited as given a loan or invested in B Limited with a condition. A has invested in B with a condition that B will further invest or give a loan to C Limited or give a guarantee on behalf of C. So can I say C is the ultimate beneficiary? A gives to B, but B has to give it to C. Achha, so yahan pe there are certain disclosures which are to be done by A Limited. There are certain disclosures which are to be done by B Limited. Whether the disclosures have been done or not, we are required to report that. So whether the management has represented to the best of their knowledge and belief that other than things which are disclosed in notes, there are no funds. Achha, the management has given you a representation that other than things which are disclosed in notes to accounts, there are no funds which have been advanced or invested to any person with an understanding that they will further advance or lend it to ultimate beneficiary. Okay. So this is from A Limited's angle, this is from B Limited's angle. Okay. And based on audit procedures performed, whether that representations by management are considered reasonable, wo jo representation unhone diya, are they considered reasonable or not, that we are required to report. Acha, whether any dividend is declared or paid during the year, it is in compliance with section 123. The dividend is as per 123. And last one, see, nowadays you need to maintain your books of accounts. If you are maintaining in electronic mode, so you need to maintain the audit trail. The software should have the audit trail. So where a company has used accounting software for maintaining the books of accounts, which has a feature of recording audit trail facility, so whether the same is operated throughout the year and audit trail has not been tempered, we are required to report all these things. So any other matter में this many matters were there. Clear? ठीक है. Okay, under section 197.16 related to managerial remuneration, we are required to also report that the remuneration are within the limits. They are within the limits prescribed under the section. So this will be reported as a part of section 143.3 only. So as a part of 143.3 only, उसके साथ ही report करेंगे. The auditor shall report under section 123. They'll make a statement whether the remuneration paid by company to director is in accordance with the provisions of this section and it's not in excess of the limit. अगर excess है तो उसका details are to be given. ठीक है. So 143 subsection 1, duty to inquire. 6 matters we inquire, report only if there is adverse comment. 143.2, 2 matters mandatory to be reported. 143.3, 10 matters are there, you need to mandatory report if applicable. If something not applicable, remove it. Achha, 143 subsection 4, if answer to any of the thing is negative, give reasons. 143.567 is not relevant. 143.8 is basically again not relevant. 143.9 and 10, duty to comply with auditing standards. Whenever you're doing any audit, if you're doing audit of a company, whether it's a section 8 company, doesn't matter. If you're doing audit of any company, you need to comply with the auditing standard. Auditing standards are the standards of auditing recommended by ICAI, prescribed by central government in consultation with NAFRA. Okay. Then comes 143 subsection 11, CG. CG has a power to order additional reporting. And based on that power, CGS came out with one order which is called as Companies Auditor Report Order. That's called as CARO 2021. CARO 2020, not 2021, it's CARO 2020. So CG, based on the power given to them under section 143.12, they've issued CARO 2020. If CARO is applicable, auditor needs to report on 21 matters which are there in CARO mandatorily. Now coming to section 143.12 and 143.13. 143.12 is duty to report frauds. 143.12 is duty to report fraud. Fine. Duty to report fraud. ठीक है. Now, if the auditor of the company, while doing audit, you have a reason to believe that offense of fraud which involves or is expected to involve individually amount of 1 crore or more. If at all you feel a fraud of individually 1 crore or more is being committed or has been committed, already ho gaya is being committed against the company by officer or employee. So this is only about the frauds which are done by officer or employee against the company, then you need to report it to the central government. Okay. But individually fraud has to be 1 crore or more. Now how do you do it? You first of all prepare a report on fraud. It's not a report on financial statement, it's a report on the fraud. You prepare a report on fraud immediately or within 2 days you send it to audit committee or board of directors, asking them to reply about it within 45 days. Okay, on receipt of their reply, you send your report plus the reply within a period of 15 days. As 45 days mein their reply doesn't come, 45 days over, next 15 days mein your report you send it to the central government with the statement that the replies are not received from board or the audit committee. अच्छा, कहाँ पे भेजना है? When I say central government, it's whom? The central government will be the Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. It will be sent by a registered post, acknowledgement due, or a speed post followed by email. It should be on letterhead of auditor, signed by the auditor, indicating his membership number, and the format of reporting is as per ADT 4. ठीक है. So this is when the fraud is individually 1 crore or more. But what if the fraud is less than 1 crore? If the fraud is less than 1 crore, you're required to prepare a report on fraud immediately or within 2 days and you communicate to audit committee or board of director. Finished. You don't have to tell it to CG. Acha, so less than 1 crore, I'll tell it to audit committee or the board, and what I'll write in that? the nature of fraud with description, the approximate amount involved, and the parties involved. Acha, and whatever fraud I disclose to audit committee or board of director less than 1 crore, they are required to write about it in the BOD report. They are required to write about it in BOD report together with one more thing, that is the remedial actions taken by them. They will write about it in BOD report along with the remedial actions taken. But it's only for fraud which are less than 1 crore. Okay. This standard also, this section also applies to a company secretary doing a secretarial audit or a cost accountant doing a cost audit. To them also it's applicable. And if at all auditor violates the provisions of this section, the penalty on auditor is 1 lakh to 25 lakh. Clear? Acha sir, I am disclosing the fraud which I found out to the CG. So sir, won't it be like disclosure of confidential information of client? No, you'll be protected. Don't worry about that. That's given under section 143(13). Now coming to CARO. One question from CARO is always there in CA final. I repeat, one question from CARO is always there in CA final. As per the power given to CG under section 143(12), CG after consultation with NAFRA has issued an order which is called as CARO 2020, Companies Auditor Report Order 2020. This order is divided in 4 paragraphs. Para 1 talks about the title, application, commencement. This order applies to whom? Para 2 talks about if CARO is applicable, auditor needs to report on the matter given in para 3 and 4. Para 3 talks about the 21 matters. Para 4 says answer to anything negative, give reasons. Okay, coming to para 1. And see, CARO is an additional reporting requirement. Reporting as per SA is there. Reporting as per 143 subsection 3 is there. This is additional reporting requirement. If CARO applicable, report on this 21 matter. So it's not a report on overall financial. It's a report on specific 21 matters. Okay, para 1. The title, Companies Auditor Report Order. It's applicable to all companies including foreign company except. Okay, so it doesn't apply to banking company, insurance company, section 8 company. OPC small company doesn't apply to banking company, insurance company, section 8 company, OPC small company, private limited company which fulfills all the following criteria. If the private limited company fulfills all following criteria, they are exempted from CARO. Acha, so which are that? The paid up capital plus reserves and surplus does not exceed 1 crore as at the balance sheet date. Borrowings from banks, financial institution, only from banks, financial institution, not from private person, does not exceed 1 crore at any point of time during the financial year. And the total revenue is basically your revenue from operation plus other income. The total revenue as per schedule 3 does not exceed 10 crore during the financial year. Okay, the private limited company fulfilling all 3 criteria exempted. Any of the criteria not being fulfilled, CARO will become applicable. If CARO becomes applicable, the auditor will be required to report on the 21 matters mandatorily which are given under CARO. Okay. Now, para 2 says para 2 is telling if at all CARO is applicable, report on the matter given in para 3 and 4. But CARO reporting will not apply to whenever you're reporting on CFS, Consolidated Financial Statement, except clause 21 of CARO. If I'm giving a report on Consolidated Financial Statement, only clause number 21 of CARO applies, nothing else. Fine. Now, which are the matters which are to be included in your CARO reporting? 21 matters. Acha, 21 matters, maybe it's not general reporting. Like suppose first matter, fixed asset. So don't write fixed asset shows a true and fair view. Specific points are there. You need to write about that specific points only. So under fixed asset, we need to report about proper records. So whether the company is maintaining proper records showing a full particulars including quantitative detail and situation of PP. Whether company is maintaining proper records showing full particulars of intangible. Don't write quantitative detail. Intangible mein quantitative detail cannot be counted. Okay. Second, whether PP has been physically verified by management at reasonable interval. Any discrepancy notice, it's been properly accounted. Third, whether title deeds of immovable property are held in the name of the company. If not, I need to basically report in this way. The description of property, uska gross carrying amount, it's held in whose name, whether he's a director, promoter or relative, period from which it is held in his name, and reason why it is held in his name. Okay, fourth one, I need to basically report about whether the company has revalued its PPE during the year, in PPE or intangible during the year, and if so, whether the revaluation is based on the report of registered valuer, and because of revaluation, the net value has gone up or down by more than 10%, and that amount is also to be reported under CARO. And last one, Benami property. Whether any proceeding has been initiated or are pending against company for holding any Benami property under Benami Transaction Prohibition Act. If so, whether the company has made appropriate disclosure in financial statement. So 5 points regarding your fixed asset. First one is whether the fixed asset ke proper record. Second is physical verification. Third, title deeds of immovable property, whether revaluation, and fifth one is Benami property. Okay, number 2 is inventory. Whether physical verification of inventory has been conducted by management at a reasonable interval, and according to you as an auditor, whether the coverage and procedure of such verification is appropriate, that also I need to comment. And if any discrepancy comes up of 10% or more, if discrepancy comes up of 10% or more, whether they've been properly dealt with in the books of accounts. Second, whether they have taken a loan, working capital limit. Whether at any point of time during the year the company has been sanctioned a working capital limit exceeding 5 crores from banks, financial institution on the basis of security of current asset. So current asset ke figures you would have given to that bank, financial institution, whether they are matching with the figures given in financial statement. So whether the quarterly returns or statement filed by company with such banks, financial institution are in agreement with books of accounts is important. Same way this title deeds wala point was important. Okay, so try to remember this thing. You need to write in a similar way, then only you get good marks in auditing. You write general, marks will not be there. Okay, next word, intercorporate loans, investment guarantees and security. So during the year, whether company has made intercorporate loans, investment guarantee or given any security? If yes, तो क्या करना है? So 1, the aggregate amount and the balance outstanding to subsidiary associate JV other than subsidiary associate JV, that you need to tell. Okay, the terms are not prejudicial to the interest of company. So one is to subsidiary associate JV other than subsidiary associate JV. Then the terms are not prejudicial to the interest. Then the repayment schedule. The repayment schedule is basically there and the repayments are regular. Fourth one, if the amount is overdue for more than 90 days, the steps taken by company for recovery are reasonable. That I need to report. Acha, when any loan has become due, loan fallen due and it is renewed or extended by a fresh loan. The fresh loan is given to settle the earlier loan. So what is the percentage of total amount of such loans which were there? And fifth one, where the company has granted any loan which is repayable on demand. So there's a loan which is repayable on demand or without specifying terms. If I have granted any loan which are repayable on demand or without specifying terms, so what is the proportion of such loan compared to your total loan and how much of them is given to directors, promoters, related parties? Okay. Again, fourth one is intercorporate loans, investment guarantee, whether the provisions of section 185, 186 have been complied. Next one, public deposits. If at all you have taken a public deposits, whether the directives of RBI are complied. Second, section 73 to 76 has been complied. If not, the nature of contravention to be stated. And if any specific order has been passed by basically a tribunal or a court or a Reserve Bank of India, so whether that specific order has been complied or not. Costing records, if at all your class of company is required to maintain costing record as per section 148 subsection 1, so whether such costing records are made and maintained. So whether costing records have been stipulated and they are made and maintained. Okay, for 7th clause, that is statutory dues, there are two things. One, whether the company is regular in depositing undisputed statutory dues. Whether the company is regular in depositing undisputed statutory dues to the appropriate authority. If not, how much is outstanding as on the last day for a period exceeding 6 months, that needs to be reported. How much outstanding on last day, that too for a period exceeding 6 months. Acha, if any statutory due has not been deposited on account of dispute, if any statutory due has not been deposited on account of dispute, the amount involved, the forum where the dispute is pending, that needs to be reported. Okay? CARO is for the auditor. If CARO is applicable, auditor needs to report on this 21 matters. Okay, 8th one, transaction not recorded in books. There were certain transaction not recorded in books, but it has been surrendered with income tax department. So there was a search survey by income tax department and been surrendered. So whether now it has been, the previously unrecorded income have now been recorded or not. Achha, if there's a default in repayment of loans, if there's a default in repayment of loans or borrowing, so where a company has defaulted in repayment of loans and borrowing, the period and the amount of default needs to be reported in following format. Okay, the nature of borrowing, name of lender, amount not paid, whether it's principal, number of days, say the delay going on, period and the amount of default. Okay. Whether a company is declared as a willful defaulter by bank or financial institution, whether the money received for loan, whether the term loan have been used for the purpose for which it has been taken. Achha, if not, to uska data is to be given. Achha, whether short-term money has been used for long-term purposes. Fourth, whether you have raised any loan, whether you have taken any loan to meet the obligation of subsidiary associate JV, or whether you have taken any loan by pledging the securities of subsidiary associate JV. You raised loan by pledging the security of subsidiary associate JV. Okay, 10th one is utilization of issue proceed. If you came out with IPO or FPO, if you came out with IPO or FPO during the year, so whether they've been used for the purpose, IPO, FPO money has been used for the purpose for which it has been taken. If not, uska delay ka details is to be given. Achha, if you came out with a preferential allotment or private placement of debentures, again, the provisions of section 42 and 62 are complied and they've been used for the purpose for which they were raised. Okay. Fraud, whether any fraud by the company or on the company. Now see, section 143.12. Section 143.12, it was only the frauds which was done by the employees against the company. So against the company, here it's by the company or on the company, both. Whether any fraud by the company or on the company has been noticed during the year. If yes, the nature and amount of fraud is to be reported. Achha, whether any reporting under section 143.12 has been done by you, and whether you considered the whistleblower complaints. Any company having a whistleblower mechanism, under whistleblower someone has made a complaint. Did you basically saw the whistleblower complaints which has been made? Okay. Next one, Nidhi company. For a Nidhi company, as an auditor, I need to check whether the net own fund to deposit liability ratio is not exceeding 1:20. Okay, Nidhi company is maintaining 10%. The 10% of unencumbered term deposit. 10% of unencumbered term deposit is basically being kept by them, and they've not done any default in payment of interest on deposit or repayment of deposits. Okay, related party transaction, it is in compliance with section 77 and section 188. Section 177 was audit committee, 188 uske liye specific for basically related party transaction, and yes, whether they've been appropriately disclosed. So section 177, 188 are complied and they've been appropriately disclosed in financial statement. Achha, internal audit. Whether a company has an internal audit system commensurate with the size and nature of business, and whether the report of internal auditor has been considered by you. Okay. Non-cash transaction with director, section 192 is to be complied. Now, as per section 192, you cannot enter into a non-cash transaction with director or relatives of director unless it is for acquisition of an asset. You're acquiring an asset and samne aap shares de rahe ho ya some other asset de rahe ho, that's fine. Otherwise, you cannot have a non-cash transaction with director or relatives of director. Okay. Registration with RBI, whether the company is required to be registered under section 45IA of RBI Act. Required to be registered. If so, whether registration has been obtained. Achha, whether you have conducted any NBFC ke operations without obtaining that valid certificate of registration. Whether you conducted any NBFC ke operation without holding a valid certificate of registration. Achha, if a company is a core investment company, remember core investment company invest only in one group. तो whether they fulfill the criteria to be a core investment company and whether the company is exempted, core investment company with a net assets up to, core investment company with a net assets up to, asset size, not net asset size less than 100 crore, they are exempted from registration with RBI. So if it's a core investment company, whether it still fulfills the criteria, and if it's exempted from registration or an unregistered CIC, so whether it fulfills the criteria for being unregistered or being exempted. ठीक. When a group has more than one CIC, the number of CIC in group are to be mentioned. Okay, 17th one, cash losses. Whether the entity has incurred cash losses in the current year as well as the immediately preceding financial year, that needs to be reported. Current and immediately preceding financial year, both. If there's a resignation, so whether there has been any resignation of statutory auditor during the year, and if so, you need to consider the issues, objections, concerns raised by outgoing auditor. The new auditor has to consider the issues, objections, concerns raised by outgoing auditor. Okay, material uncertainty. Okay, on the basis of financial ratios, aging, expected date of realization of assets, payment of liability, other information. Auditor's knowledge of board of directors and management plan. Considering all these things, whether auditor is of opinion that no material uncertainty exists as on the date of audit report, that company will be capable of meeting the liabilities, whatever is coming, for a period of 1 year from the balance sheet date. Okay, so we are telling that whether any material uncertainty exists as on the date of audit report, and the company will be able to meet the liabilities for a period of 1 year from the date of balance sheet, from not audit report date, balance sheet date से. ठीक है. Unspent amount of CSR. अच्छा, unspent CSR, if it is related to an ongoing project, if it is relating to an ongoing project, you need to keep it in a separate bank account within 30 days from end of year. If it is not related to ongoing project, you need to transfer it to a fund within 6 months from the end of financial year. If it is other than ongoing project, it's transferred to a fund. If it is related to an ongoing project, it's transferred to a separate bank account within a period of 30 days. ठीक है. Qualification or adverse remark in CARO report of group companies. अच्छा, in subsidiaries CARO report, subsidiary के CARO report में वहाँ पे there is some adverse comment. तो whenever you are reporting on CFS, I told you if you are reporting on CFS, CARO is not applicable except clause 21. When you are reporting on CFS, CARO not applicable except clause 21. So whether there has been any qualification, adverse remark by respective auditors of the companies included in CFS, the subsidiary के CARO report में there is some adverse remark, so you need to write about the clause and what is the adverse remark here. To indicate the detail of the company, the para number of CARO containing qualification. To indicate company का name and उसके कौन से para number में there's a qualification given in the CARO report, that needs to be written in the report of CFS. And if answer to anything in CARO is negative, you're required to give reasons. Okay, let's check few questions on CARO. Question number 1 is fine. This is important. Third one important. Okay, Jam Private Limited was engaged in business of manufacturing of cycles. CA Roy was appointed as statutory auditor, and they obtained a working capital facility from bank on hypothecation of stock. They are giving quarterly data of stock to the bank. Now I told you under inventory में तो CARO clause number 2 point number B, CARO clause number 2 point number B, we are required to see whether that data which is furnished to bank financial institution are in agreement with books of accounts. So this is as per books, this is what is submitted to bank, it is not matching. We need to report. So one as per schedule 3, entity has to report in notes. One as per schedule 3, entity has to report in notes. As per CARO, auditor has to report it in audit report. So CARO inventory was clause number 2. So para 3 clause 2 point number B. Para 3 clause 2 point number B. And this is how we'll be reporting it. Stock as per book, stock as per submission, variation. ठीक है. Now, question number 7. What are the reporting requirement in audit report under Companies Act 2013 related to CARO? Fraud has been committed against the company by the vendor. It's a fraud has been committed against the company by the vendor. Vendor would have done it in association with the purchase manager. They assume it's in association with purchase manager. So fraud done by employees against the company. So section 143.12 will also come. CARO will also come. तो इसमें 143.12 भी आएगा, CARO clause number 11 भी आएगा. Both will come. The fraud against the company, CARO as well as section 143.12. 143.12 will come if it's more than 1 CR. Achha, fraud has been committed on customer. The company has committed fraud. Company has committed fraud. There's a fraud by the company. This comes only in CARO, not under 143.12. So this is only CARO. So CARO में clause 11 में you report, not 143.12. Okay, check question number 9. It's a good one. Check question number 9. It's a good one. Okay. The company is about to complete 50 years and they want to upgrade the registered office. So they want to acquire a land which is very adjacent. The next land I want to acquire, that is held by our director only. But director is not willing to give. So that is owned by Perry, who is the director. But he doesn't want to sell it. So what we decided, I'll do one thing. I'll give you another land, a thoda bigger one. So I told the director, you give this one. This is adjacent, we need it. I'm giving you another land in the next street only. In the next lane only, I'm giving you another land, and which is the bigger one. And then Perry agreed. Okay. So we decided to exchange the site, and uske liye I'm giving a 1.5 times larger next lane mein, and now he's happy and now he's agreeing. So can I say over here, there's a non-cash transaction with director, but it is for acquisition of asset. So normally non-cash transaction directors are not allowed. Section 192 doesn't allow unless it is for acquisition of an asset. Okay. So over here, CARO clause number 15, non-cash transaction director, provisions of section 192 are to be checked. Okay, as per section 192, you cannot do this unless it is for acquisition of asset, to chalega. Okay. Now over here, that transaction has been done. But even if you are doing a non-cash transaction with director, you need approval of shareholders by way of a general meeting. So shareholders approval is required. So first part, you need to obtain a representation whether the company has entered into a non-cash transaction with the persons connected under section 192, directors or their relatives. So yes. The second part, the auditor has to report whether the company has complied with provision of section 192. As per 192, a prior approval for such arrangement is required, resolution of shareholders in general meeting, and notice of the approval should contain the details of arrangement. So whenever you are giving the notice to the shareholders regarding that resolution, uske arrangement ke details, how we are going to pay him, what is coming, that data is also to be included. The auditor should check compliance with section 192, verify the notice of general meeting, verify the particulars of arrangement, see that the transaction is duly authorized, duly executed by the authorized person of BOD. On behalf of company, some people are authorized to basically sign the documents or do the sale, all that things. And plus it's a related party transaction, it has to be disclosed in notes to accounts. Achha, under CARO also for related party transaction, we have clause number 13. Provisions of section 177, 188 has been complied and it's appropriately disclosed in financial statement. Okay, documents which you need to verify. The register of loans, guarantee, security or acquisition, movement of fixed asset register, minutes book of general meeting, report of AGM or something like that, and plus the financial statement with disclosure in notes to account. This all you need to do it. So over here there's a non-cash transaction with director. It is allowed because it's for acquisition of asset, but you need a prior approval of shareholder, that needs to be checked. Plus also it's a related party transaction, disclosure in notes to accounts is also to be checked. Okay, moving ahead. Okay, you are the auditor of some XMP Private Limited and there are some resignations and appointment. Okay, there are some resignation. So remember CARO clause number 18 related to resignation, whether there has been any resignation during the year, if yes, whether we have considered their issues, etc. That's one. Second, there was a survey by income tax department and now they have basically surrendered something, unrecorded sale of 5 lakh has been unearthed, all that thing. However, company has still not recorded it in books of accounts. Now, CARO clause number 8. The transaction not recorded in books, if at all, basically during search survey, now we have basically surrendered it. So whether now it has been properly reflected in financial statement, we need to report. So CARO में two clauses, clause 8, clause 18, both, दोनों में लिखना है. Management has requested you not to report them. It cannot happen. One is CARO clause number 18 and second is CARO clause number 8. Since CARO is basically mandatory, you are required to report the same. Okay, next one we are having resignation of statutory auditor. 10 more minutes, then we take a break. 10 more minutes, this chapter will get over. Okay, resignation of statutory auditor from listed entity and their material subsidiary. Okay, if you're an auditor of a listed entity or a material subsidiary of a listed entity, you cannot resign easily. So how are the resignation ke provision? So see, for a listed entity, we know quarterly review is applicable. So they're telling, if at all you want to resign within 45 days from the end of quarter, if you want to resign within 45 days from the end of quarter, you need to issue a report for that quarter. The quarter Q1 ends in June. Q1 ends in June. If you want to resign till 15 July, 15 July तक आपको resign करना है, Q1 finish करो, then you can go. Achha, if you want to resign after 15 July, if you resign after 15 July, you need to finish Q1 as well as Q2. Means you can't resign after 15 July. Then you have to wait till September getting over. If you want to resign after 45 days from end of quarter, then you need to do this quarter as well as the next quarter. And if you have done Q1, Q2, Q3, if you've already done Q1, Q2, Q3, you cannot resign after doing Q3. Reason is you have to mandatorily do Q4 also. Achha. So if you already done Q1, Q2, Q3, you should finish up Q4 and the entire year also. Achha, so just try to imagine. Okay, Q2 ends in September. Q2 ends kab? September. If I want to resign within 45 days, achha, 45 days, 30th September say 15th October. So if you want to resign by 15th October, you have to finish Q2. But if you want to resign after 15th October, you have to do Q2 and Q3. And if you have done Q1, Q2, Q3, you will also have to do the entire year. So after 15th November, not October, after 15th November, you won't be able to resign only. 45 days from 30th September is 14th November, not 15th. 31 days October, 14 days of November. So if I want to resign after 14th November, I won't be able to resign because I'll have to do Q3 also. And if I've done Q1, Q2, Q3, I have to do Q4 also. ठीक है. Okay. Other condition relating to resignation, in case any concern with the management is there, management not giving data, beta, etc., you need to approach to the chairman of audit committee. And if you propose to resign, all relevant documents shall be brought to the notice of audit committee. ठीक है. And over here they are telling this provision is not applicable when you become disqualified. So someone asked me, sir, if you say now I can't resign only after 14 November, so sir, what do I do if I want to resign? Make yourself disqualified. Make yourself disqualified. Do one thing, purchase one share of the company. So if at all you are holding even a single share, basically you will become disqualified. Relative can hold up to a face value 1 lakh. You cannot hold a single share. So you buy one share, आप disqualify हो जाओगे, then these provisions are not applicable. Okay, the check over here. Question is a good one. Ibrahim was appointed as auditor of New Limited and Old Limited, two entities. You're appointed as auditor of New as well as Old. ठीक है. And Ibrahim has signed a limited review report for each quarter till December. I've already done Q1, Q2, Q3. If I've already done Q1, Q2, Q3, I cannot leave now. I have to do Q4 unless I become disqualified. Owing to personal commitment, he tendered resignation in New Limited, not allowed. You will not be allowed to leave. The management did not accept the same. Management is right. Achha, in Old Limited, he had borrowed a sum of 6 lakh rupees and now having basically अपने 6 lakh लिया था borrow. अच्छा, तो can I say it's more than 5 lakh? You are disqualified. Okay, so Ibrahim immediately informed that he has been disqualified and told that he won't be able to do it. This is fine. This is fine. So management argued that it is legal responsibility of Ibrahim to do the so. So here the management is not correct because he has become disqualified. So management of New Limited is fine, telling correct, I cannot leave. The contention of management of New Limited is correct, I cannot leave. But contention of management of Old Limited is not correct. because I have become disqualified, now I cannot continue. Okay, some other questions related to reporting. Difference between a certificate and audit report. Under certificate, we are providing a written confirmation of accuracy of the fact. So we vouch for the accuracy under certificate. The certificate may written confirmation of accuracy of the fact. You basically verify the accuracy of the fact. For example, the circulation figures of newspaper, value of import export, net worth, uske liye we give certificate. Uske liye we give certificate. On other hand, what is audit report? Audit report is basically you give your opinion on it. You examine certain matters, you're giving an opinion on it. So certificate is kind of true and correct, report is kind of true and fair. ठीक है. Difference between reporting to shareholders, reporting to TCWG. अच्छा, reporting to shareholders, section 143 mandatory reporting, 143(2) 2 matters, 143(3) 10 matters. अच्छा, reporting to TCWG is as per SA 260. याद है SA 260, communication of audit matters to those charged with governance. अच्छा, यहाँ पे reporting is on true and fair view as per the prescribed format. There's no true and fair view, and what needs to be reported? So basically what needs to be reported is responsibility of auditor, planned scope and timing, significant findings, auditor's independence. ठीक है, this is in public domain, this is internal document, not in a public domain. Okay, moving ahead. Okay, come to question number 17. In your question number 17, 1, there are two things. We are required to draft the relevant para. The company has a plan to resume the construction activity which was suspended, and they've also written about it in notes to accounts. If they've already written about it in notes to accounts, so I'll draw attention, emphasis of matter. Achha, 5 branches audited by someone else, it will come under other matter paragraph. We are trying to clarify the responsibility. Okay, so we did not audit the 5 branches basically whose standalone financial statement reflect a total asset this much, total revenue this much, total cash flow this much. These branches are audited by other auditor whose report were furnished to us, and our opinion is solely based on the reports given by them. Our opinion is not modified for this matter. ठीक है. Okay, auditor of a listed entity affirmed in their audit report communication of significant audit finding, including significant deficiencies in internal control. Where are such matters included in the audit report? This is included in auditor's responsibility paragraph. This is included in auditor's responsibility paragraph. In your auditor's responsibility para, 3 big para, usme third para talks about communication with TCWG. Clear? Okay, now check over here. The draft extract of your audit report is given. The extract of your audit report is given. They're telling company recognizes revenue when the control is transferred. The terms of the sales based on terms basically is this. We read the revenue recognition as per Ind AS 115. We assessed this, we did this, we did this. What is this? So what is this? This is included in your audit report. This is a key audit matter. So revenue recognition was a key audit matter. Why it was identified as key audit matter? How did you deal with it? So what did we do? That all is written. So identify what the auditors are trying to report. It's a key audit matter. ठीक है. That's fine. Okay, done. This is your chapter number 7, that is on reporting. We take a break of 20 minutes, then we'll start with professional ethics. I repeat, we take a break of 20 minutes, then we are starting with professional ethics. At 7 o'clock, we are meeting back at 7:20. So I write down over here a break, 20 minutes. We'll be back at 7:20 p.m. Okay, 7:20 to 9 o'clock, I'll finish off professional ethics, and then 9 to 9:15 will be break, and then I'll again come back and we'll do chapter number 1 to 11, which are based on standards. Yeah, chapter 1 to 11, 7th is done. That chapters में few questions are there, that we'll be doing it. So enjoy your break. We'll be back at 7:20. Hi friends, welcome back. We're done with all our standards. Yes, all standards are over. Plus we finished with chapter number 7, which is on reporting. And now we are going to do chapter number 19, which is on professional ethics. We know chapter of professional ethics, the average weightage is around 15 marks. Yes, 15 marks this chapter comes. The very important chapter from 7:20 to 9 p.m. The 1 hour 40 minutes we are going to give for this chapter. Let's start with the chapter of professional ethics. Most important over here are your clauses. So we have basically first schedule, second schedule. Under that part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4. Second schedule में part 1, part 2, part 3. The clauses are the most important. ठीक है. Coming to introduction. See, ethics, professional ethics, they are what? They are nothing but personal, organizational, corporate standard of behavior expected from the professional. Personal, organizational, corporate standard of behavior is expected. Now, this professional ethics is necessary for all the type of profession, but in CA, it's kind of more relevant because the people rely on all the financials which we are certifying, and that's why we have our motto. The motto is Ya Esha Shukteshu Jagrati, which is basically adopted from Kathopanishads, which means eternal vigilance, awakening when the world is asleep. Awakening when the world is asleep. So there can be a question in objective, basically like this, what is our motto? And motto is adopted from where? Right. Now, overview of a revised code of ethics. The revised code of ethics is coming. Uske andar part 1 tells that we need to comply with the code, fundamental principle, conceptual framework. We need to comply with the code of ethics given the fundamental principles and the conceptual framework. Part 2 is basically for those who are in service. Acha, even if you are working with a CA firm, you're holding a COP, you're working with CA firm, you fall under professional accountant in service. Okay, part 3 is for professional accountant in practice, those who are in practice. And part 4 are the independent standard. In that 4A is independent standard for audit and review. And 4B is independent standard for other than audit and review. This other than audit and review. Then this glossary, the terms which have been used, they define the term basically, that's called glossary. And the code has sections, some sections also have a subsection. So every section they talk about certain topic. The code can, the section addresses a specific topic. They will tell the introduction, they will tell the requirement, and they will also tell the application material. So every section के अंदर introduction given, requirements given, application material is given. ठीक है. Now going to the fundamental principles of auditing. There are 5 fundamental principles of auditing. One is integrity. The professional accountant should be straightforward, honest in all professional and business relationship. Second, objectivity. You should not allow bias, conflict of interest, undue influence of others to override your professional judgment. Third, professional competence and due care. So you have a continuing duty to maintain your professional knowledge. So for that we have a CPE programs which are basically by ICAI. So you have a duty to maintain the professional knowledge based on the current development, and you need to act in accordance with technical and professional standard. So keep yourself updated and you apply all that things whenever you're doing audit, whenever you're doing review, that thing. Confidentiality, you need to maintain the confidentiality of basically the client's document, or even if you are an employee, the employer's basically information, don't disclose to anybody unless it is required by statute or it is authorized by client. Okay? And professional behavior. Professional behavior means you need to comply with relevant laws and regulation and avoid any action that brings discredit to the profession. So don't try to give despairing references, don't try to boast about yourself, don't try to publicize yourself. That is not allowed. Remember, publicity is not allowed. Okay, the 5 fundamental principles: integrity, objectivity, professional competence and due care, confidentiality, and professional behavior. Okay, detail is okay, not much relevant over here. Directly going to this confidentiality, they are telling you need to be, accountant means nothing but a chartered accountant. So you need to be alert of possibility of inadvertent disclosure. Inadvertent means by mistake also you should not disclose the confidential information of client or employer. Okay? You should maintain the confidentiality of information within the firm. You should maintain confidentiality of information disclosed by a prospective client. You should not disclose the confidential information which is acquired as a result of professional employment outside the firm. उसको कहीं पे मत बोलो. You should not use that confidential information for your personal advantage. You should not use or disclose the personal information. You should not use or disclose the confidential information even after the relationship has ended. Even after relationship has ended. And not just you, all your team member. To ensure that the personnel under the accountant's control, so your articles, your paid staff, they also respect the confidentiality of client's information. Clear? ठीक है. Now there are few circumstances where disclosure will be required. So few circumstances where disclosure might be appropriate. So where disclosure might be appropriate when it's required by law. Second, not prohibited by law and it's authorized by client. So law doesn't not basically prohibited by law. Law permit कर रहा है and it's authorized by client. And third, when you have a professional or legal professional duty or a right to disclose, you have a professional duty or right to disclose, like whenever there's a peer review or a quality review, at that time you are basically telling, or whenever some inquiry investigation comes up, at that time you are telling. So that is as a professional or professional duty or a right to disclose and not prohibited by law. ठीक है. Okay, in deciding whether to disclose, consider the following points. 1. Interest of any parties which will be harmed. Okay, whether the relevant information is known and substantiated, the proposed type of communication, and whether the parties to whom communication is addressed are appropriate recipient. So in determining whether to disclose or deciding whether to disclose, see the following points. Fine. Professional behavior is okay. Now you need to comply with each of the fundamental principles. Sometimes when you try to comply with one fundamental principle, the other fundamental principle is suppose getting violated. You need to basically, in such conflicting situation, you might consider consulting others within your firm or TCWG or ICI or even lawyers, legal counsel. And just remember one thing. Fundamental principles, yes, I have to basically follow. Code of ethics, yes, I have to follow. But if laws and regulations say something else, laws and regulation will prevail. If laws and regulations say something else, laws and regulations will prevail. Now, TK, you want to follow the fundamental principles, but sometimes there are some threats. There are some threats which doesn't allow you to follow that fundamental principle. So, which are that threats? 5 types of threats. So compliance with fundamental principles may potentially be threatened by a broad range of circumstances. Many threats are there. We have following category. Self-interest threat. You yourself have a financial or other interest. Or your relative has some financial or other interest in the client. So if at all, basically, you report something bad, they will remove your relative as a partner. So relative was a partner in a business. If I report something bad, they'll remove my relative as a partner over there. So that is self-interest threat of yours or your relative. So undue dependence on total fees, having a close business relationship, potential employment with client, loan which I got from client, kind of that. Okay, self-review threat. Okay, self-review. You only told them to do something. Now if at all I say this is not correct, that's a self-review threat. So this occurs when a previous judgment needs to be re-evaluated. The previous judgment of the professional accountant needs to be re-evaluated. This is if you only have designed the information system and now you want to say that system is wrong, or you found a significant error during re-evaluation. So whatever error, you only committed error and now you can't tell, oh, this is error committed by me. So that's called as a self-review threat. Third one, advocacy threat. You spread something and now you want to go against it. You tell this client is very good, this company is very good, buy the shares of this company, and now you want to say this company is fraud. वो होगा नहीं. So when you promote a position or opinion and now you can't go against it, that's called advocacy threat. Promoting shares of a listed company, acting as an advocate on behalf of assurance client. Okay, the behalf of your client, you represented department, told to department my client is right, and now you want to say my client is a fraud. So वो अच्छा, familiarity threat. Familiarity threat comes up due to long relationship, you become sympathetic to each other. You become too sympathetic to the interest of others. This is basically coming due to long association, accepting gifts. तो गिफ्ट्स उनसे आप ले रहे हो तो देन यू विल फील हाँ छोटा छोटा मैं भी चला लेता हूँ, आई विल ऑल्सो बेसिकली एग्री टू व्हाट दे आर टेलिंग, स्मॉल स्मॉल थिंग्स. एंड close family member is basically a director over there, so that becomes a familiarity threat. Okay, intimidation threat, they are kind of blackmailing you. So this is basically you are deterred from acting objectively by threats, actual or perceived. You are deterred, not allowed to act objectively. So they are threatening you with dismissal. Okay, they are threatening you with some other things. Okay, you had accepted a gift and now they say that I'll make it public that you had taken a gift from me. So that is, see, accepting gift was coming under familiarity threat. But now because of gift, now they are blackmailing, it comes under intimidation threat. So you accept the gift and now they say gift will be made public. Now they are blackmailing you. Okay. So these are basically 5 types of threats. Now as a professional accountant, we need to evaluate the threats. We need to bring the threats to acceptably lower level. Now, whether it's an acceptably lower level or not, for that we have a reasonable and informed third party test. If reasonable and informed third party feels that we have brought the threats to acceptably lower level, we are able to follow the fundamental principles, then this basically reasonable and informed third party test is said to have been fulfilled. So what that reasonable and informed third party will feel, whether we are independent, not independent, whether we have followed the fundamental principle, not followed the fundamental principle, you need to think from their angle. Okay? So whether it's acceptable level or not, the reasonable and informed third party test would likely conclude that whether you have complied with the fundamental principle. Now that reasonable and informed third party may not be a professional accountant. वो प्रोफेशनल अकाउंटेंट ही होना जरूरी नहीं है, बट ही शुड बी एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड अबाउट द सिचुएशन. ठीक है, तो ही नीड नॉट बी एन अकाउंटेंट, बट ही शुड possess the relevant knowledge and experience to understand and evaluate the appropriateness of accountant's conclusion. Fine. Now addressing those threat. Okay, threats है. How do I address the threat? One, I can try to eliminate the circumstances which are creating threat. Second, I can try to put in some safeguards. And third is I can just leave that audit. So I can end the professional activity, declining or ending the professional activity. So one, you try to eliminate the circumstances which create threat. Second, you try to apply safeguards to reduce the threat to acceptably lower level, or you leave the client only. What you should do depends on facts and circumstances. Okay, now safeguards are the actions which individually or in combination the accountant takes in order to reduce the threats to acceptable lower level. Now examples of action which you can take, this is important. Examples of action which I can take: assigning additional time and qualified personnel. If I have a self-interest threat, I appoint someone else who will go and check it. So self-interest threat chala jayega. Having an appropriate reviewer. There's an appropriate reviewer. This is to basically overcome the self-review threat. Oh, I only did something wrong, I'll not be able to tell. So let me have someone else coming and doing it. Appointing an appropriate reviewer. Using different partner and team for engagement and non-engagement. Assurance and non-assurance services. ठीक है. Assurance services provided by one team, non-assurance services, whole different team is there. Acha, so this will basically remove your self-review threat, advocacy threat, familiarity threat, wo sara, because a different team is going for that work. Okay, involving another person to perform or re-perform a part of your engagement. The self-interest, self-review threat, they all will go away. Involving another person to perform or re-perform a part of the engagement. Separate teams for dealing with matters of confidential nature. The very highly confidential matter, we have a separate team only handling it. Okay, next one, NOCLAR is important. NOCLAR, non-compliance of laws and regulation. That's called NOCLAR. Non-compliance of laws and regulation. Now see, while you are providing any services, to your client, or while you are working for an employer, Okay, while providing services to your client or while working for your employer, you may find out some instances of non-compliance of laws and regulation, or a suspected non-compliance which is committed or about to be committed by your client or about to be committed by your employer. So as a chartered accountant, if I know my client is going to commit a non-compliance of law, or my client has already committed a non-compliance of law, or same way basically, say for example, my employer has done some non-compliance of laws or regulation, or my employer might be doing some, already has done some non-compliance, I should not keep mum. I should not be keeping mum. So what to do in that case? What to do in that case? So non-compliance under revised code does not address the personal misconduct. Personal misconduct koi hai, that is, you leave it. Like the owner has done something wrong in his personal life, you leave it. But a client ke wahan pe there is some fraud being done, or basically your fraud being done at an employer's place, but not a personal misconduct. Then in that case, you are required to basically bring it to the attention. You are required to bring it to the attention of those charged with governance, and you may also bring it to the attention of the regulatory body. So they are telling over here, following examples would be covered in NOCLAR. What all will be covered in NOCLAR? 1. The fraud, corruption, bribery. That fraud, money laundering, security market ka insider trading, etc. Banking and other financial product, wahan pe there is some fraud being done. Data protection, environmental protection, public health and safety, tax and pension, tax ke related some frauds are being done. The non-compliance of laws and regulation may be related to any of this thing. And the objective of NOCLAR is turning a blind eye to potential NOCLAR is not an appropriate response from professional accountant. Okay, so now what a professional accountant should be doing? So whether professional accountant should be searching for this non-compliances? Answer is no. You are providing your normal services. While providing normal services, if you find non-compliance of laws and regulation, this is applicable. You are not required to investigate, or you are not responsible for ensuring complete compliance. Expertise of laws not required. We don't want you to be expert in that laws and regulation, wo bhi nahi chahiye. Achha, certain matters which are out of purview, I told you that personal something wrong being is done, personal misconduct is out of the purview. And if basically there is a non-compliance, but disclosure which is contrary to law, if there's a disclosure you do that will be contrary to law, law will get violated, then that disclosure is not required. So disclosure of matter to appropriate authority will be precluded, not allowed, if it will be violative of laws and regulation. So now someone will ask me that, sir, what's the difference between a non-compliance of laws and regulation and SA 250? Okay, the SA 250 is only for audit. Okay. NOCLAR is for all the professional accountants which are there, whether in service, whether in practice. So this is only for audit, not for other assurance engagement. NOCLAR is for professional accountant in service as well as those who are in practice. Okay. Now SA 250 talks about your responsibility for laws and regulation which have a direct effect on amounts and disclosure, and for laws and regulation which do not have a direct effect on amounts and disclosure in financial statement. NOCLAR is similar till this point. NOCLAR is similar till this point, but now NOCLAR also takes into account non-compliances that cause a serious harm. Non-compliances that causes a serious harm resulting in serious consequences, that is also covered. Achha, SA 250 does not define the word stakeholder. NOCLAR is also basically, they have defined the stakeholder. Like suppose some non-compliance is about to happen which will be affecting investors or creditors or employees or general public. So can I say they have defined the stakeholders? Achha, and NOCLAR in exceptional circumstances, they also cover imminent breach of law. Imminent means which is about to happen. Imminent ka meaning about to happen, hua nahi hai. If there's a non-compliance of law or regulation which is about to happen, and that would cause a serious harm to investor, creditor, employee, general public, then you can bring it to the attention of regulatory bodies as well as those charged with governance to avoid this thing. The imminent breach का meaning which is about to happen. ठीक है. The accountant shall exercise professional judgment and determine whether he should disclose the matter immediately to the appropriate authority in order to prevent or mitigate the consequences of such imminent breach. And if such disclosure is made, it's permitted under NOCLAR. SA 250 doesn't talk about that imminent breach wala thing. Okay, the SA 250 only for audit. This is for professional accountant in practice as well as service. Okay, now SA 250 does not define stakeholder, the defined stakeholder. SA 250 doesn't have that concept of imminent breach. This have a concept of imminent breach. So NOCLAR is basically going one step ahead than SA 250. Achha, now applicability of NOCLAR in India, if you are in service, तो listed entity only. Listed entity में senior accountant. So it's applicable to only senior professional accountant who are employees of listed entity. Senior professional accountant who are employees of listed entity, they are only covered. Acha, if you are in public practice, so you are having a client which is a listed entity and having a net worth 250 crores or more. वो listed भी है and they have a net worth 250 crore or more, to them only NOCLAR will be applicable. So there's a client of yours which is a listed one and having a net worth 250 crores or more. ठीक है. Now how to respond to NOCLAR? So in case of employment, it's only for the senior professional accountant in service. In case of audit engagement, basically you are practice में हो, तो professional accountant who is in practice. Steps. How do you respond to NOCLAR? First, obtain understanding of the matter. Address the matter means try to go in depth. So obtain understanding, then you address the matter. Okay, you try to seek advice. You determine whether any further action is required. You determine whether it's appropriate to disclose the matter to appropriate authority. Try to see whether it's an imminent breach about to happen and do your documentation. Okay, so what are the steps in responding to NOCLAR? 1. You obtain understanding of matter, you address the matter, you seek advice. Then you determine whether further action is still required, further checking required. Now, whether you want to you need to disclose it to appropriate authority, try to see whether it's an imminent breach about to happen which can cause a serious harm, and do your documentation. Clear? Okay. Now, documentation requirement in NOCLAR. The NOCLAR has also given you certain documentation requirement. This is in addition to the documentation which we do under SA 230. ठीक है, तो essays में भी do documentation, that's different. NOCLAR में they are telling that you need to document this. What? What I need to document in NOCLAR? How management and TCWG has responded to the matter. The course of action accountant considered, the judgments which accountant made, having regard to a reasonable and informed third-party test, and how you are satisfied that the responsibility of public interest you have fulfilled. So one is basically how TCWG has responded, the course of action which you did, the judgments which you made in deciding whether this basically reasonable and informed third-party test is met or not, and how you feel that you have fulfilled your responsibility. This is documentation in addition to other documentation which is required by SA. Okay, question number 1, a good one. Question number 1, a good one. See, this is a listed entity. So if any fraud wahan pe ho raha hai, NOCLAR will become applicable. The company has installed some pollution control equipment, and the company has managed to get a pollution clearance certificate by unfair means. There's a breach of pollution control laws. Amount of 10.25 lakh was basically arranged for getting a certificate. So they have bribe diya hua hai to get the certificate. The chartered accountant comes to know about this matter whenever you are reviewing the major expenditure. What you should be doing? Okay, you are a director. So can I say this is basically you are in service? The director finance. You are in service. Achha, you are doing a service in a listed entity. NOCLAR is applicable. So you come across basically an instance of non-compliance wherein they have bribed to get some certificate, etc. So what to do? Okay, so pay attention over here. NOCLAR is basically applicable for professional accountant in service as well as in practice. In service, it's applicable to senior professional accountant in service which are employees of a listed entity, though it is applicable to the directors. Okay, director is a senior professional accountant basically in service. Okay, so you need to take into account the non-compliances that can cause a serious harm or a serious consequence. Okay, and if it's an imminent breach of law that can cause a serious harm to investor, creditor, employee, general public, then you may discuss the matter with management, TCWG, and also you may bring it to the attention of appropriate authority. Okay, so Rahul, a director of finance, how you are going to take action? So responding to NOCLAR, obtain understanding of matter, address the matter, determine whether further action is required, seek advice, determine whether you need to disclose to appropriate authority, whether it's an imminent breach, do your documentation. I hope this is clear. Okay, moving ahead, member of institute. Who can become a member of institute? You should have passed your final exams, you should have done your articleship, completed your GMCS, ITT, advanced ITT, all that things. And once you become a member, your name is entered in the register of member. In the register of member, they'll write your full name, your date of birth, your domicile, your residential business address, date on which you became member, your qualification, whether you hold a COP, any other things. Okay, important disabilities. Who is not allowed to be a member of ICAI? Who is not allowed to be a member of ICAI? If you have not attained the age of 21 years when you are making application for becoming member, so while applying, you should be at least 21 years. If you are an unsound mind, disqualified. If you are undischarged insolvent, disqualified. If you are discharged insolvent, and you obtain a certificate from the court that your insolvency was due to misfortune, then you are allowed. Then you are allowed. But if you could not get that certificate, you are disqualified. The discharged insolvent who is not able to obtain certificate that his insolvency was due to misfortune. Okay. If you are convicted by a competent court, whether in India or outside India, okay, you are convicted by a competent court, whether in India or outside India, involving moral turpitude, you have done something morally wrong, and punishable with transportation or imprisonment for an offense committed by him in professional capacity. Okay, so convicted by court, whether in India, outside India. And last, if your name is removed from the membership on being found guilty of any professional or other misconduct. If you are guilty of professional or other misconduct and your name is removed, then in that case, the membership goes away. Okay. Types of member: 2, associate and fellow. The day when you become a member of ICAI, you're called associate. You're allowed to use the word ACA. When do I become fellow? When do I become fellow? So if you have been in continuous practice for at least 5 years, or if I'm in job, can I get that fellow wala tag? Answer is still yes. Okay, you have been an associate for a continuous period of 5 years and you possess qualification. You have been an associate for a continuous period of 5 years and you possess qualification that is necessary, or you have a qualification and experience equivalent to a one who is practicing for 5 years. So even in job, can I apply for FCA status? Answer is yes. Okay. Now, removal of name from register. If you are dead, request is received to remove the name, you're not paid the fees, or you become disqualified. If your name is removed due to non-payment of fees, you can get it back by paying some restoration fees. Okay, how restoration happens? If at all restoration fees is paid within the same year, the name is restored from the day it is removed. Back date se aa jayega. But if restoration fees is paid, suppose subsequently, so then in that case, the restoration happens from the day the fees is paid. So from the day the fees is paid. Okay. And if at all you are removed by the order of Board of Discipline, Disciplinary Committee, Appellate Authority, then it will come back based on the order. It will be based on order. Fine. Falsely claiming to be a member of ICAI. Someone who is not a member of ICAI represents to people that he is a member of ICAI, or someone who is not in practice. Someone who is not in practice represents that he is in practice. Okay, so not a member of ICAI represents he is a member of ICAI using a designation CA, or someone who is a member but not having COP represents that he is having a COP, then in that case penalty, first conviction, fine of ₹1,000. Subsequent conviction, the fine is 5,000 and there can be imprisonment up to 6 months. Fine. Significance of COP. Significance of COP, they're telling member who is not in practice. If you're not in practice, you're not allowed to do the work which is generally done by members holding COP. Member who is not holding COP is not allowed to do the work which is generally done by a chartered accountant holding COP, even though for doing that work you don't need to be a CA also. So you are precluded from accepting engagement to render services which are normally prescribed for chartered accountant, even though for doing so you don't need a special qualification, like representing before income tax department. Even a lawyer can represent before income tax department. Even a non-CA can represent before income tax department. But if you are a CA, then you are bound by CA rules and regulation. And generally representing before income tax department is done by those who are in practice. So if you are not holding COP, you cannot do that. You cannot do that. Okay. Acha, CA whose name is removed from membership. If your name is removed from membership, now you will not be able to basically file the returns, or you will not be able to basically go and represent the department, even though for doing that you don't need to be a CA. But you were a CA, your name is currently removed, you cannot do the work which is generally done by CA in practice. Which is generally done by CA in practice. Okay, cancellation, restoration of COP is fine. Check out question number 2. Check out question number 2. You are suspended from practice by High Court for a period of 6 months. In this 6 months, you cannot do the work which is generally done by a CA in practice. Okay. He holds a degree in commerce as well as law, so he wants to practice as income tax practitioner. Answer is no, not allowed. Guilty based on significance of COP. Achha, members who are deemed to be in practice. Achha, if you are deemed to be in practice, you should be holding a COP because you are deemed to be in practice. And if you are not holding COP, then that will be wrong. You are violating the provisions. So if you are providing any of these things, you are deemed to be in practice. Okay. So when are you said to be deemed to be in practice? When you, in consideration of remuneration received or to be received. Achha, if you are doing it honorary, it doesn't come. If it is in consideration of remuneration received or to be received, I engage myself in practice of accountancy. Accountancy is auditing. Okay. I offer to perform or perform services. I offer to perform or perform services involving auditing, verification of accounts, etc. I'm doing that audit related thing. I render professional services or assistance with regards to accounting procedure, or I render such other services which in the opinion of counsel are which may be rendered by CA in practice. So management and consultancy services, the list is given over here. Okay, if at all you render any of these things in consideration of remuneration received or to be received, then you will be deemed to be in practice. Achha, if I am working with a CA firm, I am allowed to hold a COP. I'll be deemed to be in practice for a limited purpose of training articles. Okay. Now, your fourth point, such other services includes management consultancy and other services. If at all I'm providing the management consultancy and other services, then I'm deemed to be in practice. Management consultancy and other services include what? They're given a whole list. Around 28 items are there. I'll just take the important ones. Okay, if at all you do personal recruitment and selection for your client. So can I do personal recruitment and selection for my client? You can do it, but you'll be deemed to be in practice. Okay. Valuation of shares. Can I do valuation of shares? Can I give advice regarding amalgamation, merger, demerger? Answer is yes, but you'll be deemed to be in practice. Okay. Acting as advisor or a consultant to issue. So I can be an advisor or a consultant to issue, but I'll be deemed to be in practice. But you cannot do the activities of broking, underwriting, portfolio management. Achha, so I cannot be a broker, underwriter, or I cannot handle the portfolio. I cannot be a portfolio management services. I cannot give. I can be advisor. Advisor ho sakta hu, but not a portfolio management. I cannot handle the public's money. This is not allowed. This is not allowed for those holding COP also. If I want to be a broker, sir, if I want to be a broker, you need to form a company and you are not in practice, you do that, chalega. So can I become a broker or underwriter without holding COP? Answer is yes. You're doing that as a business, wo chalega. You should not be doing practice. Fine. You can do investment counseling. Investment counseling is allowed. Acting as a registrar to a issue or a share transfer agent allowed. Share transfer ke liye you are giving that services allowed. Okay, quality audit, environmental audit, energy audit, that's all fine. You can act as a recovery consultant in a banking sector. You cannot be a recovery agent. You can be a recovery consultant. Acha, you can give finance insurance advisory. Insurance advisory I can give, but I cannot be selling insurance. I can act as insolvency professional, and I can provide admin services. Now, sir, what is admin services? Admin services involve assisting your client with a routine mechanical task. It involves a very limited judgment. And the services are kind of clerical in nature. So helping client in filing of returns, helping client basically monthly BRS banane mein, that all things may basically I can be doing it. That's admin services. The admin services include your word processing service, preparing administrative or statutory forms, submitting the forms, monitoring the statutory filing dates, advising the client on those dates, that all. Acha, what are the functions of GST auditor? There was a question asked once. What are the functions of a GST auditor? There was a question asked on it. So functions of GST auditor is furnish the details of outward inward supplies. Monthly you have to file return about the outward services, the credit wale related things. GSTR 3B you have to file then. So furnishing monthly, quarterly, annual returns, making deposit into electronic cash ledger, making claim for refund, making application for amendment or cancellation of registration, generation of e-way bill, making application for amendment or cancellation for enrollment under Rule 58, furnishing details for the challan, okay, going into composition scheme, coming out of composition scheme, that all things basically is functions of GST practitioner. Fine. Okay. Now going on to section 144 of Companies Act. Section 144 of Companies Act says what? You should not be providing the following services. If I am an auditor, if I'm an auditor of company, I should not be providing the following services directly or indirectly to the company or its subsidiary or its parent. So if I am basically auditor of the company, I should not provide the following services directly or indirectly to the company or its holding company or its subsidiary. Okay. What services I should not provide? The one, accounting and bookkeeping. If I'm an auditor, I cannot be providing accounting bookkeeping to the company or its holding company or its subsidiary. Internal audit, design implementation of financial information system, actuarial services, investment advisory, investment banking, rendering of outsourced financial services, management services, and any other services as may be prescribed. Nothing is prescribed. Okay. Section 144, directly or indirectly, you should not be providing the services to the company, holding company or subsidiary. Sir, can I give that services to their associates? Yes. To associate company you give, it's allowed. Okay, question number 5. Question number 5. C. Natraj in practice accepted the assignment as advisor and consultant to a public issue. Can I become an advisor consultant? Answer is yes. Chalega. That's not wrong. He also underwrote the public issue to the extent of 25%. I also became underwriter. That's not allowed. Activities of underwriting not allowed. He contends that above assignments are a part of management consultancy permitted by council. Answer is no. Guilty. Activities of broking, underwriting, portfolio management services not allowed at all. Okay. Companies not to engage in accountancy. Companies not to engage in accountancy means, if at all you are a company, you cannot become the auditor of another company, and a LLP or a firm where a company is a partner, a LLP or a firm where a company is a partner, that also cannot do the audit. So no company can practice as chartered accountant. Even the LLPs where a company is a partner cannot be doing the audit. They may form a company for the purpose of management consultancy services, but not for doing audit. Penalty 1,000, subsequent is 5,000. Okay. Designation by member. You are allowed to use the prefix CA whether you are in practice or not. Acha, if you are in practice, you cannot use any designation other than chartered accountant. Practice wale cannot use any designation other than chartered accountant. Non-practicing one can use other designation provided they are not using chartered accountant. Okay. However, you may use letters. You may use letters indicating membership of accounting bodies which are approved by council. So ACS, ACWA, so that all basically is allowed. The letters indicating membership of accounting body that you can do, and you can also basically write down the degree. If you are basically a BCom, MCom, MBA, the degree of recognized university can also be written. Acha, can I use the word corporate lawyer? No. Can I use the word CPA? Answer is no. Acha, can I write advisor to an issue? The advisor to an issue, you are described as advisor to an issue in the prospectus chalega. Prospectus mein chalega. So under the prospectus, they show you as advisor or consultant to an issue, that is fine. Now coming to branch offices. Now see, each office of a CA, if at all suppose I open up 5 offices, so I need a CA for each and every office. It cannot be like I am running all 5 offices and over there no authorized persons are available. No. For each of the offices which you are creating, you need a CA. There are certain exemptions available. The office kya hai? It's a place where name board is fixed, or a place which is mentioned on your letterhead, or any other document is a place of business. Okay. Where a CA in practice or a firm of CA has more than one office, each of the office shall be in charge with a member of ICI. You need a member of institute for each of that office. Either that member has to be your partner or that member is your employee. Both are fine. Both are fine. Okay. Now, exemption. One is a hill area exemption. If at all you are practicing in hilly area during winters, the snow is there, for temporary period you are allowed to come down to the land of plains and practice. So 3 months ke liye I can open a temporary office in the land of plains and practice, but that's a temporary office. It should not be there on your letterhead, betterhead, etc. Acha, whenever you come down, you put your name board outside. Whenever you are going back, you put the name board inside and come back. So that's basically hill area exemption. And there is a second office exemption. Acha, if the second office is within the same building or same city, or within 50 km from the municipal limit of the city in which the first office is located. Acha, so municipal limit of the city of first office, from there to second office. Acha, so second office say not first office, second office to the municipal limit of the city in which the first office is located. That distance, if it is within 50 kilometers, then that second office is exempted. But now remember, it's only second office, not the third office. Acha, and if you are having 2 offices, okay, second office exempted, but still you need to tell which one is your principal office and which one is that branch. You need to inform which one is basically your main office. You have to declare which of the 2 offices is main office, which constitutes your professional address. Okay, check question over here. You created another office which is outskirts, which is situated 26 km from the office of the firm. Okay. Now, to mitigate the difficulty, etc., you are basically doing it by yourself only. No intimation was given to ICAI. I told you, if you are having 2 offices, you need to intimate to ICAI which is your main office. Even though distance is less than 50 km, you are liable for misconduct because you are not intimated which is your main office, which is your facilitation center. Next, KYC norms for CA. Now, KYC norms have become mandatory and they shall apply for all assignment relating to attestation function. Wherever your signing comes, for all that assignment, the KYC norms is mandatory. Okay, if your client is an individual, you should have some general information about them and the engagement ka information. The general may name, PAN, Aadhaar, business description, copy of annual financial statement, audited last one, and some engagement information. But if your entity is a corporate, तो उसका some general information, engagement and regulatory information, company PAN, directors का name, address, director का identification number, that. अच्छा, where client is a non-corporate entity, तो say partnership firm, तो I need general information including name, address, PAN number, business description, partner का name, address, PAN, copy of audited and the type of engagement. So for all attestation services where you sign, the KYC norms have become mandatory. Okay, check question number 9. You gave GST consultancy, KYC norms not required. Okay, you did compilation for historical financial information. Compilation is a non-assurance. Assurance is not there, but attestation is there. Compilation work में attestation है, assurance नहीं है. So it is attestation work. For this, you need to have a KYC done. So guilty. Compilation engagement is an engagement where you have a attestation function, you need a KYC norms. Okay, now going to disciplinary procedure. What is a disciplinary mechanism under ICAI? Check this flowchart. Disciplinary mechanism under ICAI. Okay, if someone wants to complain regarding a chartered accountant, so where to complain? There's a director discipline. Under ICAI, there's a person, individual called as director discipline. So receipt of complaint along with fees or information against the member for alleged misconduct, it goes to director discipline. Director discipline will prima facie form an opinion whether you're guilty or not guilty. Okay. If he prima facie feels you're guilty, if the director discipline prima facie feels you're guilty of the matters given under first schedule, then he will pass on the matter to board of discipline. But if he feels you're guilty of matters covered under second schedule or both, he will pass on the matter to disciplinary committee. ये committee है, वो individual था, ये committee है. ठीक है. Now, board of discipline or disciplinary committee may accept the case or they may reject it. If they reject it, the matter is closed. But if they accept it, the board of discipline or disciplinary committee, they accepted the case, they will conduct inquiry, and if they found you guilty, they will penalize you. If they find you guilty, they will penalize you. Acha, board of discipline comes when the matter relates to first schedule. Disciplinary committee comes when the matter relates to second schedule or both. Okay, if a matter is related to first schedule, now what can board of discipline, what all actions can they be taking? So they can just give a reminder to you, reprimand the member. Just give a reminder, next time please don't do it. They can remove your name up to a period of 3 months or they can put a fine up to 1 lakh. Acha, second schedule or both. So disciplinary committee, what they can do, one, they can just give you a reminder, they can remove your name permanently or for any duration they deem fit, and fine is up to 5 lakh rupees. Clear with this? Okay. Acha, if director discipline prima facie felt not guilty, director discipline as prima facie felt not guilty, so he cannot close the matter, still he has to give all document to board of discipline. If board of discipline accepts you are not guilty, matter is closed. But if board of discipline rejects that you are not guilty, then in that case, if matter relates to first schedule, they themselves will move ahead. Matter relates to second schedule or both, they'll pass on to disciplinary committee, or they may just tell the director discipline to go through the things again. Now, if board of discipline or disciplinary committee took some actions against CA, CA is not happy, or they just gave you a reminder and the director discipline is not happy. So either the director discipline is not happy or basically the CA is not happy. Then they can go to appellate authority within 90 days of the order of board of discipline or disciplinary committee. Clear? And what can appellate authority do? They can confirm, modify or set aside the order. They can confirm, जो है बराबर है, set aside or modify the order. They can impose, set aside, reduce or enhance the penalty. They can remit the case back to board of discipline or disciplinary committee, and they can pass any order as it may deem fit. Okay, if I want to go to appellate authority, it's 90 days from the order of board of discipline, disciplinary committee. And who can go to appellate authority? The member or the director discipline. Fine, now going to the types of misconduct. Now going to types of misconduct. Okay, according to section 22, types of misconduct is divided in two parts, professional and other misconduct. So professional and other misconduct are what? Any act or omission provided in any of the schedules. Schedule says do this, you don't do it, misconduct. Schedule says don't do it and you did it, still misconduct. Act or omission provided in any of the schedules. Okay, professional misconduct is given under part 1, 2, 3 of the first schedule, and other misconduct is given under part 4 of first schedule. Achha, same way, professional misconduct is given under part 1, 2 of second schedule. So this is under part 1, 2, 3 of first schedule, part 1 and 2 of second schedule. So both the schedule mein the last part is other misconduct. So first schedule has 4 part, part number 4 is other misconduct. Second schedule has 3 part number 3 is other misconduct. And other misconduct may be related to something which is not related to your professional life also. Okay, so this provision empowers the council to inquire into any misconduct even if it does not arise out of your professional work. ठीक है. And some examples of other misconduct is given. Some examples of other misconduct is given, like your check is bounced, or as an office bearer of ICAI, you misappropriated the funds of ICAI. It's not related to your client, it's other misconduct. You use your article assistant for some other purposes other than the professional practice. Okay. You try to adopt a coercive method to get a loan sanction for you. So these are all other misconduct which are there. Okay. Now check question number 12. CAK who is contesting council election, central council election, he engages article for his election campaign. So can I say you're using your article for purpose other than professional practice? ये personal work है, आप election में ले रहे हो. So for that, this is guilty of other misconduct. Okay, schedules, I told you first schedule mein there are 4 parts, second schedule mein there are 3 parts. Last part is other misconduct. Acha, in your first schedule, part 1 is for those who are in practice, part 2 is for those who are in service. Part 3 is generally and part 4 is generally other misconduct. Acha, second schedule, part 1 is for those who are in practice, part 2 is generally and part 3 is generally but other misconduct. Now, every schedule has parts ke andar there are various clauses. Most important is this clauses. So sir, do I need to remember the language of clauses? Answer is yes. Do I need to remember language of clauses? Answer is yes. So I'll take all the clauses very slowly. Each and every clause I'll describe in detail. ठीक है. Now if matter relates to first schedule, the matter will go to board of discipline. याद आया? ठीक है. Under your first schedule part 1, it's basically for one who is in practice. So CA in practice shall be guilty of professional misconduct if he, CA in practice is guilty of professional misconduct if he, 12 clauses are there. Clause number 1, if he allows any person to practice in his name as chartered accountant, unless such a person is also a chartered accountant in practice and is in partnership with him or employed by him. If you allow anyone to practice in your name, you're guilty of professional misconduct. If you allow any person to practice in his name as CA, unless such a person is also a CA in practice and he is in partnership or employment with you. ठीक है. There was this question, CA Sant, newly qualified chartered accountant came. Pant allowed him to work in his office because वो पापा का friend था. So your papa's friend is CA Pant. CA Pant allowed you to come and sit in your office. You are not his employee, you are not his partner. You're not his employee, you're not his partner, but now you represent to various people telling you are coming from CA Pant's office. So can I say allowed you to practice in his name as chartered accountant? CA Pant was held guilty. CA Pant was held guilty. Okay, now clause number 2. Okay, clause number 2. If you pay or allow or even agree to pay or allow, you pay or allow or agree to pay or allow directly or indirectly any share, commission, brokerage in respect of fees or profit of your professional services to any person. If at all you are sharing your fees with any person other than, if you are sharing with following person, no problem. Other than this, if you are sharing, you will be guilty. So with whom I can share? I can share with member of ICI, partner or a retired partner, legal representative of a deceased partner, member of any professional body recognized by council, or a person having such qualification as is recognized by council. Okay, so if you pay or allow or agree to pay or allow directly or indirectly any share, commission, brokerage in the fees or profit of your professional business to any person other than the following, you're guilty of professional misconduct. Acha, so which are the members of professional body with whom I can share? Recognized by council, ICAI, ICWAI, Institute of Architect, Actuaries, Bar Council, Lawyer, professional bodies outside India relating to accountancy recognized by council. So can I share my fees with CPA? Can I share my fees with ACCA? If they are professional body outside India relating to accountancy and recognized by council. Okay, persons with whom I can share. Persons having prescribed qualification with whom I can share fees. Okay, company secretary, cost accountant, actuary, engineer, bachelor in engineering, technology, law, MBA. So MBA के साथ fee sharing allowed, but later on you'll understand we cannot enter into partnership with MBA. We cannot enter into partnership with MBA. Okay, now there's a death of a partner. There's a death of partner. Can I share profits with the legal representative of deceased partner? Yeah. You can share with legal representative of deceased partner, but only if there's a provision in the partnership deed regarding it. Only if there's a provision in partnership deed regarding it. Acha, proprietor expired. Proprietor expired. So now in that case, whether the widow whether the widow of the deceased proprietor can sell the practice along with the name to anybody else. Answer is yes. Can you sell? Yes. Can you charge goodwill? Yes. Okay, goodwill charge kar sakte ho, that is allowed. But now just pay attention. Can you share profits? Answer is no. So see, profit sharing is allowed with the legal representative of deceased partner, not with deceased proprietor. Proprietor के साथ नहीं. हाँ, तो proprietor के widow can sell off basically the firm along with client, along with name. That all is fine. Goodwill can also be paid. Goodwill can be paid in installment also, but it should not be linked to profit or revenue. And this all procedure के लिए you're given 1 year time. You need to inform basically about the death. You need to inform basically about the death to ICAI, and the sale should be completed within a period of 1 year. So the name will be kept in hold, abeyance, for a period of 1 year from the date of death. So inform ICAI, the name will be kept on hold for a period of 1 year. You need to finish up all the procedure within a period of 1 year. ठीक है. Okay, check question number 15. Okay, Ravi died on 15th September 2020. Only family member left his wife. September 2021. अच्छा, ये 15 था, ये 30th September. After 1 year. After 1 year, Ruhi sold practice to CA Balwan. Not allowed. Can Ruhi sell it to CA Balwan? Answer is no, because it's after 1 year. For rupees 25 lakh. With the right to use the firm name also. If it was within 1 year chalta, it's after 1 year, that's why it is not allowed. So can she sell? Answer is no. Can Balwan continue practice in the name of Messrs. Ravi? Answer is no, because it's already 1 year elapsed. ठीक है. Okay, question number 17. You are sharing profit with your article. Article के साथ profit sharing is not allowed. You'll be guilty. Okay, clause number 3. Clause number 3, you accept or agree to accept. You accept or agree to accept any part of profit or professional work of a person who is not a member of ICAI. So see, वहाँ पे you shared fees with others. Now you are sharing fees of others. All those people who are allowed under clause 2, you can also share fees from them if you are referring client to them. ठीक है? तो advocate के साथ fee sharing was allowed. The same way I can also share fees from them as well. So even though they've written who is not a member of ICAI, if only that person is written, but यहाँ पे you're not prohibited for entering into profit sharing arrangement with those who are referred under clause 2. ठीक है, moving ahead, question clause number 4. Okay, if you enter into partnership in or outside India with any person other than following, if you are entering into partnership with any person other than following, you're guilty. So with following people, I can enter into partnership with whom? So CA in practice. Actually, it should be interpreted as member of ICAI. Member of professional body having prescribed qualification. A resident who, but for his resident abroad, is entitled to become a member of ICAI and whose qualifications are recognized by CG. Okay, person whose qualifications are recognized by CG. So all people who are there under clause 2, they all are covered over here except MBA. The fee sharing with MBA allowed, but partnership with MBA is not allowed. Okay. Can I enter into a partnership with a CPA in New York or ACCA of London? So if they are basically a member of professional body outside India relating to accountancy and recognized by council, then yes. So if से answer लिखना. Okay, clause number 5. Clause number 5. Okay, 5, 6, 7 are kind of related. 5 is trying to secure work through agent. 6 is relating to securing work through kind of advertisements. So if you secure any professional business through a service of a person who is not your employee or who is not your partner, or by means which are not open for chartered accountant. If you try to get work by wrong means, it's coming over here. Acha, if you try to solicit client, clause number 6, if you solicit client or professional work either directly or indirectly by circular, advertisement, personal communication, interview, or by other means. So you're trying to get work through advertisements, so again you will be guilty. ठीक है. अच्छा, you can request for work from another CA in practice. अच्छा, you can respond to a tender. If there's a tender is there, you can respond to a tender, but our roving inquiries are not allowed. So you cannot send letters to every bank telling that if you're maintaining a panel for internal auditor, please add my name in the panel. That's roving inquiries are not allowed. Acha, can I do advertisement for coaching or teaching activity if I'm in practice and also doing coaching? If I'm in practice, I'm also doing teaching. They don't allow me to advertise my coaching except I can put outside my coaching premises a signboard mentioning the name of coaching institute, the contact detail and the subject which I'm teaching. Because if at all I'm allowed to do advertisement for my coaching, it will also indirectly benefit my practice as well, because people will be getting to know me. So that's why they are not allowing. Responding to tender, if tender is only for CA. If tender is only for CA, you can respond if minimum fees is quoted. But if tender is for not just CA, others can also apply, then that minimum fee criteria doesn't apply. You can apply even if minimum fees is not written. So only for CA, apply only if minimum fee is stated. Others are there, you can apply even if minimum fee is not there. Okay, check question 24. Question number 24. Okay, Messrs. SR and Associate is one of the firms shortlisted by ARG for assignment of statutory audit. Bank mailed the list of branches which you are required with the maximum fee. Now see, this is basically only for those who are in only for CAs. Audit can be done only by CAs. Achha, if it's only by CAs, you can respond to tender if minimum fees is written. यहाँ पे maximum लिखा है. I need minimum. So if at all I'm applying over here, I'll be guilty under clause 6 part 1 first schedule. Okay, seventh one, if you advertise your professional attainments or you use a designation other than chartered accountant, you advertise your professional attainments or you're using designation other than chartered accountant, where? On professional documents, visiting card, letterhead, signboard, unless it's a degree of a university recognized by CG, or a title indicating membership of a recognized body. It's a title indicating membership of a recognized professional body, then it's allowed. So ACA, ACS, ACS, that's allowed. MCom, BCom, MBA, they are basically title indicating what? The degree of a recognized university. ठीक है. What advertisements are allowed? Requesting another CA for work, that is allowed. Advertisement for changes in partnership, address, telephone number, dissolution of partnership firm, that all you can put it in newspaper. But again, you need to have a bare statement of fact only. Acha, classified advertisement in ICAI journals are allowed. Okay, ESB clarification important. Can I have a photo on my visiting card? Answer no, not allowed to have a photo on visiting card. Acha, can I have a QR code on my visiting card? Wherever you scan, you get the information what is there automatically. So QR code is allowed, but QR code should give only those things which are allowed on visiting card. So QR code scan karne pe photo bhi aa gaya, then it will not be allowed. Okay, can I use the designation insolvency professional or a registered valuer? Yes. Yes, there is a ethical standard board ka clarification. So insolvency professional or registered valuer will be treated as a degree of recognized body. It's a degree, so wo allowed hai. Fine, moving ahead. Okay, publication in telephone or other directory के अंदर under chartered accountants में can I have my name coming? Answer is yes, but it should appear under the category chartered accountant. The dictionary should belong to the town or city where you are located. The normal letter में आना चाहिए. It should be alphabetical or in logical order. Acha, there should not be any kind of advertisement wala thing, your name coming in bold, your name coming big one, that all is not allowed, and entries are not restricted open to everyone, even though it may be on payment. ठीक है. Issue of greeting cards invitation. Greeting cards invitation में I can have designation as chartered accountant of my, as well as I can have my firm name. Firm name is also allowed. Where? Okay, greeting cards, invitation for marriage, inauguration of office, change of office, etc. But this is only given to client, relative and your friends and family member. You are giving it to your friends and family member. If at all there was a puja at your place, and you gave invitation to the friends of your partner also, then you will be guilty. It is friends of the friends of member is allowed, not of the partner. So there was this question, Sisti and Misty wala. Okay, representation under section 140 subsection 4. Whenever the management wants to change the auditor, so basically in that case you are allowed to give a representation. written representation of a reasonable length. Now that representation should be basically put out in a dignified manner, and you indicate that we are willing to continue if at all you are reappointing us. It should be in a dignified manner, may indicate the willingness to continue if reappointed, and you should not use this opportunity to secure needless publicity. Don't say we did this for company, we did this for company, no. Or you don't try to abuse the company also. Okay. Okay, website by a chartered accountant. Okay, can we have a website? Answer is yes, you can have a website. Sir, website ka name you can keep any name, but it should not amount to advertisement. bestca.com not allowed. Try to keep it nearer to your firm name or to the partner's name. It should be on a pull model, not push model. Website should not push the things, it should be on pull model. Achha, you can also have the web pages if at all you want. Website should mention the date up to which it has been updated. Okay. Now, what all information is permissible on website? The year of establishment is allowed on website, but it should be on pull basis. Year of establishment is allowed on pull basis. So name, year of establishment, address. The type of services which you are giving, nature of services, pull basis. Partners का detail, area of expertise on pull basis. Details of employee, उसमें area of expertise on pull basis. Job vacancies, number of articles on pull basis. Nature of assignment handle, nature. Client name though you cannot give only. Nature of assignment handle is pull basis. Names of client, fees charged cannot be given only. Okay, photo, passport size photo is allowed of your partners. Website can be in any format, any color. Can I have a bulletin board, articles? Answer is yes. Chat rooms are permitted, but you need to have a confidentiality protocol being maintained. Online services through website you are allowed to give, whether free of cost or on payment, it's allowed. Search facility within the website is allowed, and you can give link. In your website, the link is given to ICAI's website or some government website, that all is fine. So ICAI website or some government ke department ki website, that is allowed. What is not allowed? No private circulation. You cannot tell people to visit the website. No request to hit the website. No logo. I cannot have any logo. No advertisements on your website. Okay. Now there are some third party platform like bank, insurance companies. They have set up their own website where they provide advisory. The banks, insurance companies, newspaper companies, they have their own website where they provide advisory. Can I be registered over there? Yes, it's fine. They can describe me as a chartered accountant, but my firm name, address, telephone number cannot appear. My firm name, telephone number, address cannot appear. Okay. So see, you will be permitted basically to have yourself registered on their website to provide the advisory services. But the thing is, it should not contain any advertising, or it should not be basically the name of firm with suffix chartered accountant would not be permitted. Fine. Okay, question number 29. Brilliant Limited, you created your own website. Blue color, it's definitely fine. He also circulated the information contained in website through email. This is not allowed. You cannot basically tell people to visit your website. No request to hit the website. This is violative. Clause number 6. Okay. And he could not intimate the website address to ICAI. You don't have to intimate the website address to ICAI. Anyways, when you're filling your annual membership wala form, at that time you write it, so no need to intimate. Intimation ka problem nahi hai, but the circulation is a problem. You are not required to intimate the website address to ICAI. Okay, question number 30. Check over here. The website ka color bright green is fine. It runs on a push model. No. It has to be on pull basis. Names of partner given is fine. Major client, no, cannot be given. The web address is okay. XYZ color is okay. Technology is no. Names of partner is okay. Client is not okay. 2 things not okay. 3 things okay. Okay, other types of solicitation. Issuing handbills. You issue handbills allowed only to your regular client, no one else. Can I publish a book? You can publish a book. It's okay. And in that book, you can designate yourself as chartered accountant, as well as you can have your firm name as well in the publication of book. Okay. Can I do sponsoring? Can I give sponsorship? You can give sponsorship only for the events which are organized by the program organizing unit of ICAI. तो program organizing unit of ICI उनके basically is only there. You can sponsor that, and that too after prior approval of CPE directorate. That too after prior approval of CPE directorate. Acha, individual CA doing some CSR activity. Individual CA doing CSR activity, your name is coming on some name board of some trust. It's okay, you donated money, your name can come, it can be CA Niket, but the firm name cannot come over there. The firm name is not allowed. If you're doing a CSR में firm name or logo is not allowed. Fine. Television or movie credit. Movie के अंदर if you are auditor of basically that producer or basically that company which produced the movie, तो उसमें movie credit में your name comes, it's fine, but it should not be kind of bigger than someone else's name. It's kind of a normal one. Okay, educational videos, you're allowed to make educational videos, but don't give a reference of the firm name whenever you're doing educational videos. ठीक है. Okay, question number 39. Question number 39. Okay, Mr. A newly qualified chartered accountant, started a practice, and you sought clients through telephone calls from his families and friends, and almost all of them employed in one or other retail trade. So one of the friend gave him idea, what? That you start what? A website start karo, fine. Okay, website ke baad you shared the website address in social media post, this is not allowed. Then you tagged some 30 traders of local community and you're telling easy stock certification services. This is a complete violation of your clause number 6. This is not allowed. Plus you give commission to a digital marketer. If he is not falling in that person who has the prescribed qualification, so again this also will not be allowed. So guilty of professional misconduct. Designation, we already did it, it's fine. Okay, publication in press. Okay, publicity in magazine. Magazine may your article comes along with a small photo, allowed. Your firm name may also be written, not written. Answer is no. No reference to the firm name, and you should not have paid money to get the article in the news magazine. Article in press. So again, no reference to the firm name. Otherwise, basically in newspaper, your articles are coming with a small photo describing you as chartered accountant, allowed. ठीक है. Press advertisements which are allowed. Advertisement for recruiting staff allowed. Advertisement on behalf of client who wants to dispose of a property, etc. allowed. And if I'm acting as liquidator, receiver, so advertisement for sale of business property, that is allowed. ठीक है. But don't try to use the word well-known firm, etc. That is not to be done. And your name should not be appearing more. ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. Okay. You appearance on electronic media including internet. अच्छा, तो internet पे you come, give a podcast, or basically give some interviews, or in TV you are coming, budget day pay, etc. etc. So they are describing you as chartered accountant. Your firm name may also be given. Your firm name may also be mentioned, but it should not amount to advertisement. ठीक है. Seminars, webinars, etc. They describe you as CA. They give your firm name also is fine in seminar. Actually, वो चल जाता है firm name, but it should not amount to advertisement. It should not amount to advertisement. ठीक है. Application based on service provider aggregator. Okay, so can I get myself registered in kind of urban company? Okay, if some other businesses are also listed over there, then we cannot. So where other businessmen, technician, maintenance worker are listed, I cannot be there as chartered accountant. That listing is not allowed. Signboard is okay. Prospectus may they describe you as a CA. That is fine. But only thing is, whenever they are writing my profile, it should not be like they're trying to boost about me. वो नहीं होना चाहिए. Okay, question number 42. Mr. Nigel, a chartered accountant in practice, delivered a speech in a conference, textile related. While delivering speech, he told that he's a management expert. Oh, I cannot use designation management expert. And he provides services of taxation at a very reasonable rate. He also requested the audience to approach his firm. He also distributed the business card. This is guilty. So you're trying to get work through advertisement. You're trying to promote yourself. Not allowed. Clause number basically 6 as well as 7, both. Okay. Now, chartered accountants are allowed to advertise through write-ups. Write-ups are basically the articles which you are writing. After that articles, where details of your firm is given, or sometimes a write-up is nothing but the details about your firm. So whatever you put on website, it's put on a kind of piece of paper. But how do you circulate that write-up? Write-up can be circulated only to your friends, families, client, etc. You may put it on your office. Office में write-up रखा हुआ है. If someone comes, enters your office, they can take it. But you cannot distribute the write-up like a normal pamphlet ka distribution. That is not allowed. Write-up में the maximum font size allowed is 14 ka font size. Other all things basically are similar to that website wala thing. Okay, going to clause number 8. If you accept position as an auditor previously held by another chartered accountant without communicating with him in writing, you're guilty of professional misconduct. Acha, now why I should communicate? There might be some professional reasons why I should not be accepting the audit, like if he has been removed wrongly, or there are some frauds etc over there, he may tell me, so I may not accept the audit. ठीक है, तो if there's a non-compliance or provision of section 139, 140, or previous auditor ka undisputed fee is pending, then I cannot accept the audit unless the company is a sick company. So undisputed fee pending, I cannot accept the audit unless it's a sick company. ठीक है. अच्छा, undercutting of fees, issuance of audit report in these two cases. Undercutting and issuance of qualified audit report in these two cases, I may still accept the audit if I want. First two may I cannot accept, last two may I can accept, and this is only for audit. This is only for audit. So you need to communicate with the previous auditor. अच्छा, previous auditor who has been performing the same thing. अच्छा, तो tax auditor change हुआ तो you communicate with previous tax auditor. Internal auditor change हुआ, you communicate with previous internal auditor, not with previous statutory auditor. So that way you need to understand it's only for audits, not for consultancies and other thing. ठीक है. So check. Compulsory communication for all type of audit, optional communication for certification, appointment as liquidator, etc, etc. Previous auditor means who has done a similar work previously, and previous auditor does not mean the auditor of previous year only. So it is possible last year tax audit was not there, last to last year it was there. I have to communicate with previous auditor, so last to last year wala tax auditor. Acha, for a government assignments, they are telling if you feel the schedule is very tight, only for the government assignment, if you feel that the schedule is very tight, you may start up doing the work with a provisional acceptance. So you have sent a letter. After sending a letter to previous auditor, you need to wait for a reasonable time. Reasonable time is basically not told, and there has to be a positive evidence of delivery. So how delivery should be done? It should be done by registered post acknowledgement due. Registered post acknowledgement due, or by hand delivery, it should be there. You communicate to previous auditor. ठीक है. So for a government assignment where the schedule is basically kind of very tight, you may not wait for the reply of the previous auditor. You may start by giving a conditional acceptance. You may start by giving conditional, but it's only for government assignments. ठीक है. Question number 45. Vineet and associate have been offered a statutory auditor of TLP, and they're telling CAV partner communicated with the previous auditor whether there are any professional reasons. The previous auditor informed that he has issued a qualified report. I told you, for a qualified report you may still accept the audit. It's not mandatory that you cannot accept. So you may accept the audit. That's your answer. Okay, clause number 9. Clause number 9. Accepts appointment as an auditor of the company without ascertaining whether the provisions of Companies Act relating to appointment have been complied with. So accepts appointment as auditor without ascertaining whether the requirement of section 139, 140, and 142 of Companies Act have been complied with. ठीक है. Okay, CA Mehta is appointed as auditor in place of CA Gupta. CA Mehta accepted after obtaining certificate from management that provisions are complied. Now see, I need to ascertain whether provisions of section 139, 140 have been complied. Ascertain means to check it for sure. I cannot obtain a representation from management that they have complied with 139 and 40. I have to check whether really 139 and 40 have been complied or not. So here you are guilty. Here you will be guilty. Achha, clause number 10. If you charge or accept or offer to charge or accept. If you charge or accept or offer to charge or accept in respect of any professional employment, fees which are based on percentage of profit or contingent upon finding, unless permitted by council. So I cannot charge fees as percentage of profit or contingent upon finding unless permitted by council where it is permitted. So if you are a liquidator, you can have percentage of asset realized. If you are auditor of cooperative society, wahan pe it's allowed percentage of net worth or assets, etc. If you are a valuer for a direct tax purpose, it's allowed. Fundraising में fund raise का percentage, debt recovery services में the debt recovered, any cost optimization में the benefits availed. अच्छा, plus any other services में when you are acting as insolvency professional, wahan pe it's allowed. And number 2, non-assurance services to a non-audit client. Non-assurance services to a non-audit client, wahan pe it is allowed. ठीक है. Now check over here. Debt recovery services में you charge 2% of debt recovered, चलेगा, you are not guilty. अच्छा, clause number 11. Clause number 11. If you engage in any business or occupation other than the profession of CA, unless permitted by council. So any other business occupation you're doing, you're guilty of professional misconduct. Okay. Permissible part-time activity. This activities are permissible provided it's not on salaried basis. So acting as liquidator, trustee, executor, administrator, arbitrator, receiver, advisor, representative for costing matters, appointment of government, but it's not on employment basis. So part-time you're doing this, ye chalega. Okay, so together with doing a practice, you're also acting as liquidator or trustee or administrator or arbitrator, chalega. This is fine. Plus, for following items, you have a general permission. Generally permitted following items are there. List is given to you. 1. Employment with a CA. Employment with a CA in practice or a firm of CA. Private tutorship. If you give your own coaching, that's private tutorship. Authorship of book. Holding of LIC license for only renewal commission. Attending classes. Holding public elective offices. Honorary office bearership of some educational or charitable institution. Acting as notary public, justice of peace. Okay, part-time tutorship under the coaching institute of ICI. Part-time tutorship for coaching institute of ICI. Acting as valuation of paper, paper setter, paper evaluator for any examination. Editorship but only of professional journal. Acting as a loss surveyor for insurance companies. Loss surveyor. Acting as a recovery consultant for a banking sector, but recovery consultant. You are not recovery agent. And doing agricultural activity. These are generally permitted. Together with doing a CA in practice, you can also do this. Achha, following is the list. Now following is the list where you need a specific permission. The prior approval of ICAI is required for which all things. 1. Doing a part-time or full-time employment in business concern, or doing a part-time or full-time employment in non-business concern. Okay. Acting as a managing director or whole-time director in a company. See, being a normal director is fine. But acting as whole-time director or managing director, you need a specific permission of ICAI. Achha, interest in family business. If family business comes to you, you are handling the family business also, you need to take permission of ICAI. Interest in educational institution. You are a principal or basically you are running a school. So uske liye you need to have basically approval of institute of approval. Part-time, full-time lectureship. Lectureship if you are doing for courses other than those relating to ICAI exams, which are conducted under the auspices of ICAI or regional council of their branches. Okay, part-time or full-time tutorship under any educational institution. Editorship of journal other than professional journal and any other business or occupation. Any other. बाकी सारे आ गए इसमें. ठीक है. So one is generally permitted, one is permitted with the specific permission. Okay, check question over here. You are basically an income tax practitioner and consultant for a derivative product. Consultancy is fine. But you yourself are doing commodity trading. Half of the day you spend doing commodity trading. Now, if at all you are doing a future and option trading in stock market, वो equity में, if that you are doing, it's not considered as business. But commodity trading is not covered over there. Commodity trading will be considered as a business, and for doing any other business or occupation you need approval. So check out, the council has given approval to trade in equity derivative, but a commodity derivative is still not covered. For that you need a permission. Okay. Now question number 53 is fine. Coming to the word attestation function. If you are in part-time practice, doing something else, whether generally permitted or specifically permitted, if you are in part-time practice, you are not allowed to do attestation function, you are not allowed to train article, but there is an exception to it. So if you are doing generally permitted में except the first two कौन से थे? Generally permitted if you are working with CA in practice or private tutorship, उसके अलावा whatever you are doing, then you can still do attestation function, train article. The generally permitted में other than the first two. अच्छा, and if you are doing private tutorship or lectureship in college or somewhere else where the direct teaching hour does not exceed 25 hours a week, then also you are allowed to train article, perform attestation function. So generally permitted वाले में other than the first two. Okay, coaching institute, coaching assignment of the ICAI if you are taking, or you are a lecturer basically or a private tutorship but that hours do not exceed 25 hours, then in that case you are allowed to do attestation function, train articles. Fine, director, normal you are allowed to be, that's okay. Clause number 12. You allow a person not being a member of ICI. Or a member who is not your partner to sign on your behalf. Or on the behalf of firm any balance sheet, P&L, reports, financial statements. ठीक है. But I can have my article signing some other things. So situation where duty to sign may be delegated, where I can delegate the issue of audit queries, asking for some information, letter forwarding draft observation, initialing the vouchers which have been checked, acknowledging a routine correspondence with client, issuing acknowledgement for the records produced, raising a bill, attending a routine matter in tax practice, any other things. Achha, I am not allowed, basically I cannot allow others to sign on my behalf for what? Balance sheet, statement of P&L, reports, financial statement. Report will also include certificates. Okay, the check over here, question number 56. Okay, you went abroad and you told Mr. Y, your employee, is he your partner? No. A partner chalega. Ye employee hai. To sign on your behalf, audit queries is okay. Net worth certificate, no. Attend GST income tax proceeding is fine. So for point number 2, guilty. Okay, this was your part 1 of first schedule. Going to part 2. Part 2 is basically for members who are in service. Now, clause number 1, you pay or allow or agree to pay or allow directly or indirectly to any person any share in emolument of employment undertaken by you. So you share your salary with others, you are guilty of professional misconduct. Same way, you accept or agree to accept any part of fees, profit, gain from lawyer, chartered accountant, broker, agent, customer of company, firm, person where you are working. अच्छा, तो मैं जहाँ पे काम कर रहा हूँ उसका customer, supplier, agent, उनसे if I take commission by way of commission or gratification, I'll be guilty of professional misconduct. So these are similar to clause number 2 and 3 which were there in part 1. Okay, so sharing salary with others, sharing fees from others. Fine. Part number 3 of first schedule, part 2 में only 2 clauses were there. Part 3, not being a fellow acts as a fellow. Okay, does not supply the information called for or does not comply with the requirement asked for by ICAI, institute, council, committee, director discipline, board of discipline, disciplinary committee, appellate authority, quality review board. It does not supply the information called for or does not comply with the requirement asked for by the institute. Third one, when you are trying to get work from another CA or when you are responding to tenders or when you are advertising to write up, you give information knowing it to be false. You're giving a false information. Okay. And part number 4 of first schedule, 2 clauses. If you are guilty by any civil or criminal court for an offense which is punishable for a term not exceeding 6 months. Exceeding 6 months comes in your second schedule. And number 2, in the opinion of counsel, you bring disrepute to ICI. You bring disrepute to the profession or the institute, whether or not the work is related to your professional. So this is basically other misconduct. If you're guilty by civil or criminal code for offense and you're punishable with imprisonment for a term not exceeding 6 months, or you bring disrepute to profession or ICI, 2 clauses here. Okay. Moving ahead, second schedule. This was first schedule, now going to second schedule. Okay, if matter relates to second schedule, the matter will be going to disciplinary committee. Okay, part 1 is for those who are in practice. If you're in practice, guilty of professional misconduct, cup 1, clause 1, 10 clauses are there. You disclose information acquired in course of professional engagement to any person other than the client, so engaging him, without the consent of client or otherwise required by law. The disclosure of confidential information, you'll be guilty of professional misconduct. Check question number 60. There was a seminar on GST which you attended. Certain audiences raised a particular issue and you enthusiastically explained the issue, and you also gave the data about your client, example of your client, how they are doing it, etc. You will be guilty. You will be guilty over here. To also write about essay 200, fundamental principles mein confidentiality comes. The ethical requirement relating to independence, confidentiality comes, and you also write about your clause number 1, part 1, second schedule. Okay, moving ahead. Clause number 2, certification without examination. So if you certify or submit in your name or in the name of firm a report on examination of financial statement, unless that examination of that financial statement and related record is either done by you or by your partner or by employee, or you got it done from another CA in practice. The certification without examination. Clause 3, vouching for accuracy of forecast. If you permit your name or the name of the firm to be used in connection with estimate of earnings contingent upon future in a manner which leads to believe that you are vouching for accuracy of forecast. So they're not stopping you. They're not stopping you from reporting on PFI, but you cannot report on the figures. You are reporting on that assumptions, and based on assumptions whether the PFI has been prepared properly. Okay. Clause number 4. You express opinion on financial statement where you, your firm, your partner or your relative has substantial interest. You express opinion on financials where you, your firm, your partner has substantial interest. Even if your relative has substantial interest, still it will be covered over here. Relative has substantial interest, still it will be covered over here. Okay. Now pay attention. Pay attention. I was a director in a company. I leave that company and now I start my own practice. Can I be the auditor of that company now? So they are telling there's a cooling period of 2 years required. Okay. So the cooling period of 2 years required. Immediately on resigning as director, you cannot be the auditor of the said company. Otherwise, you'll be guilty of professional misconduct. You have basically significant, it will be coming over here, where you have a substantial interest. You were a director, now you have some substantial interest. Okay, you left directorship, 2 years ke baad you can take up that assignment. Okay. Okay, 5, 6 are related. Fail to disclose a material fact known to you, which is not disclosed in financials, and disclosure of which is necessary in making those financial statement, and you are concerned with that financial statement in professional capacity. So fail to disclose a material fact known to you which is not there in financial. Okay, 6.1, fail to report a material misstatement appearing in financial. Ye tha not disclosed in financial, there is something appearing in financial, and fail to report, and where you are concerned with that financials in professional capacity. Okay. Okay, question number 69. False has been appointed by True Limited to represent before tax authority, and you are required to submit certain statement based on data provided by management. So can I say I am doing it based on data provided by management? So I will not be held guilty. I will not be held guilty because what data galat tha wo management ne diya. I didn't do anything over here. So it's not guilty. Okay. Clause 7. Okay, clause 7. If you do not exercise due diligence or you're grossly negligent in conduct of professional duties, you are guilty of professional misconduct. Same way, if you fail to obtain sufficient information which is necessary for the purpose of expression of opinion, you are guilty, or the exceptions are sufficient to negate the expression of opinion. The exceptions means the books are destroyed by fire, and that's why I gave disclaimer, and that's why I was not able to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence, chalega. To fail to obtain sufficient information necessary for the purpose of expression of opinion, or the exceptions are sufficiently material to negate the expression of opinion. Okay, moving ahead. Okay, check this question. The cashier committed a fraud and absconded. The chief accountant also did not know about it. The audit failed to discover. After the audit is completed, the chief accountant find it, and now he's telling the auditor did not exercise reasonable care and skill. So investigation reveals you are not exercise reasonable care and skill. If investigation reveals you are not exercise reasonable care and skill, you are guilty. Clause number 7. If you fail to exercise due diligence or you're grossly negligent, to clause 7 mein you will be guilty. Okay, next one, clause number 9. Clause number 9. If you fail to invite attention to material departure from generally accepted procedure of auditing. If you're not following any generally accepted procedure of auditing, including the guidance notes, etc., and you fail to invite attention, you will be guilty. Acha, audit of listed company can be done only by those entities which hold a peer review certificate. If you're not holding a peer review certificate, you cannot do the audit of listed entity. So check over here, there was a question related to this, it will come up. Okay, 10th one. If you fail to keep the money of client, other than fees or remuneration or money which is meant to be expended in a separate bank account, or to use the money for the purpose for which they were given within a reasonable time. If I fail to keep money of client in a separate bank account, but it's other than my fees or remuneration or money meant to be expended. The money which is meant to be expended shortly, no need to keep in a separate bank account, but money which is to be expended later has to be kept in a separate bank account. Okay. Now going to part 2 of second schedule. Okay, under your part 2 of second schedule, it's basically for generally, it's basically professional misconduct for whether CA in practice or in service. 1. If you contravene any of the provisions of this act, regulations made thereunder, or guidelines issued by council. Any provisions of this act, regulations made thereunder, or guidelines issued by council. Okay, being employee of a company, firm, or person, you disclose the confidential information except as and when required by law, for time being in force, or as permitted by employer. Okay, third one. In the information statement returns which you submit to ICAI, you give false information. Achha, if you're not giving only the data to them, it was first schedule. If at all you're giving false information to them, that is coming under your second schedule. And last one, you defalcate or embezzle the money which is received in professional capacity. Okay, check question number 83. Without having COP, you gave a certificate regarding consumption of raw material, etc. So can I say you violated the provisions of this act? So clause number 1, part 2, second schedule. ठीक है. Okay, check over here. You are doing an audit of a listed entity. You have never subjected yourself to a peer review process. So you don't have a peer review certificate. Still, you basically did the listed entity audit. Not allowed. You are violating provisions of this act. So clause 1, part 2, second schedule. You will be deemed to be guilty if you violate any of basically the rules, regulation, act, guidelines issued by the council, and the statement of peer review. The statement of peer review shall be deemed to be a guideline of the council. It will be deemed to be a guideline of the council. Audit of listed entity can be done only by the one entity holding peer review ka valid certificate. Next is Part 3 of second schedule. Part 3 of second schedule, only one clause. If you are guilty by civil or criminal court and you are basically imprisoned for a period exceeding 6 months. Done. So this were all your clauses. Part 1, first schedule, second schedule. Now there are certain regulations relating to article. I'll just take the regulation which is important. Important is regulation 47. No premium should be charged for taking an article. So for taking an article, I cannot charge any premium. That is one. Monthly payment of stipend is mandatory. It cannot be paid in cash. Monthly payment of stipend is mandatory. It can be either basically you give a check or direct ECS in your bank account. Cash may not allowed. Stipend के rate given over here, they have changed, it has doubled. यहाँ पे जो लिखा है, it has been doubled. तो minimum stipend is 2000, maximum goes to 6000. ठीक है. Okay, check this question, a very good one, 90th. 10 more minutes, this chapter will get over. Okay. A director discipline received a complaint against Mr. Jaiprakash, the proprietor of JP and Associate. Audit of college was accepted by you, wherein you are a part-time lecturer. If I am a part-time lecturer in a college, I cannot take the audit of that college. I have a substantial interest. I have a substantial interest. The clause number 4. Clause number 4, part number 1, second schedule. ठीक है. Second, for lectureship you are not taken permission. तो उसके लिए lectureship is not under general permission. तो clause number 11, part number 1, first schedule. ठीक है. अच्छा, CSR activity you are done. ठीक है. In that your name comes is fine. Firm name is not allowed. So Mr. Jaiprakash, CA Jaiprakash, proprietor JP and Associate, this is not allowed. This is not allowed. So this will be clause number 6 and 7, part 1, first schedule. ठीक है. Now first there are few things related to second schedule also. The matter went on basically and they are telling its fine of 1 lakh was imposed. So whether he has violated the provisions of Chartered Accountant Act, before which authority it will go, and maximum punishment what can happen. So one, I told you, part 4, clause 4, part 1, second schedule, you are a lecturer and wahan pe you are basically doing audit, not allowed. That college you cannot be auditor. Acha, being a lecturer, clause 11, part 1, first schedule, you are not taken permission. Then in that CSR activity, the name of firm written, clause 6, part 1, first schedule, that was wrong. ठीक है. And as per clause 3, part 2, second schedule, अच्छा, you gave wrong data to ICI. तो ICI ने पूछा, आपने wrong data दे दिया. Clause 3, part 2, second schedule, you're giving false information to ICAI. So all these violations you have done, many relates to the second schedule also. The matter will go to disciplinary committee and they can just give a reminder, remove your name permanently of a term they deem fit, and penalty up to 5 lakh rupees. Okay, now going to Council General Guidelines 2008. Council General Guidelines 2008. Okay, this is applicable to all the members, whether in practice or not. They are telling the employee member has to exercise due diligence and he should also not be grossly negligent. The employee also should not be grossly negligent. ठीक है. Maintenance of books of accounts you are required to maintain mandatorily. If you are in practice में हो तो you need to maintain cash book and ledger. अच्छा sir, even though 44 ADA, I opt for 44 ADA presumptive income and I'll be exempt from maintaining books of accounts, still you need to maintain cash book and ledger. ठीक है. A number of tax audit assignment which you can take is 60. 60 is per partner who is a chartered accountant holding COP. Acha, suppose there are 3 partners. So we can take 60, 60, 60, total 180. All 180 can be signed by one partner. So can all 180 audits are signed by one partner? Yeah, he's signing on behalf of firm, that will be okay. He's signing on behalf of firm, that will be okay. Acha, if there's an undisputed fee of previous auditor pending, you cannot take up the appointment as auditor unless it is a sick company. Specified number of audit assignment, you know that under company audit we were allowed 20, but 20 did not include private company having a paid up capital less than 100 crore. Acha, with the private company having a paid up capital less than 100 crore, I can take maximum 30. With the private company also, I can take maximum 30. But OPC, dormant companies, they are not included. Okay. Now, if at all you are an auditor, and you're also giving other services, you're also doing other work, the fees for other work cannot exceed the fees of the statutory audit. So a member in practice shall not accept appointment as statutory auditor of a public sector undertaking or a government or a listed company or a public company having a turnover 50 crores or more. Public company, private nahi. If he accepts any other work for which the remuneration exceeds the fee payable for carrying out statutory audit. If basically the fees for other work cannot be more than the fees for your statutory audit, otherwise you will be disqualified. And other work does not include audit under any other statute, representation before authority and certification. That is not covered under other work. Okay. Guideline for tender is fine. UDIN. Now whenever basically you are signing any certificate or basically you are giving any audit report, UDIN number is mandatory. This is to curb the malpractices, the wrong practices. To curb malpractices or false certification or attestation by unauthorized person, we have this UDIN, unique document identification number. UDIN is mandatory for all type of certificate, GST, tax audit report, etc. and other attestation function in phased manner. So for all certificates, it's mandatory from 19 onwards. For GST and tax audit report, again, it's from 1st April 19 onwards. And now all other attestation function, for all attestation function from July 19, UDIN is mandatory. Okay, guidelines for networking. Guidelines for networking. Now, see, under Deloitte, we have CC Choksey and Company, AF Ferguson and Company. They are a member firm of Deloitte. So CC Choksey and Company is also a member firm of Deloitte. AF Ferguson and Company is also a member firm of Deloitte. So Deloitte क्या है? Deloitte is a network. And under that, we have CC Choksey, AF Ferguson, they are network firms. So earlier, the network was not registered with ICI. Now even the network needs to be registered with ICI. So that if something wrong is done by the network firm, and if there's a procedure wrong under the all network firm, the network can also be penalized. So earlier network registration was not there. Now network needs to be registered with ICI. The network is a larger structure aimed at cooperation, aimed at profit and cost sharing, having common quality control procedures, common business strategy, trying to have a common brand name, and sharing a significant professional resources. Network firm means the firm or entity which belongs to the network. Okay, concept of network. So we basically, people come together, they create a network. So larger structures which are created, the firms frequently form larger structures. Whether this larger structure basically create a network or not depends on facts and circumstances. Depends on facts and circumstances. Acha, if larger structure is only aimed at facilitating referral work, so it is not a network. But larger structure is aimed at cooperation, profit sharing, cost sharing, then it will be deemed to be a network. But if you are just sharing immaterial costs, you are still not a network. Okay. If you use a common brand name, you are deemed to be a network. If you share significant professional resources, you are deemed to be a network. Significant professional resources you are sharing, deemed to be a network. Professional resources will include the common systems, billing ka. You are sharing partners and staff. You are sharing basically the audit methodology, training, etc. That all basically will be a network. Acha, network can be constituted as a company, network can be a LLP, network can be a partnership firm, anything. The network can be anything. Okay? It can be a mutual agency which will act as facilitator, and it can be a normal partnership firm, LLP, or a company, anything. A firm is allowed to join only one network. Where you have a common partners, that firms can also be under one network only. Okay. Now the name network needs to be registered with ICI, I told you. So first of all, the name of network needs to be registered. Name may and affiliates will come. What will come? And affiliates will be coming in the name of network to distinguish from the normal audit firms. Okay. You apply, within 30 days में the name approval will come up. Once the name approval come, now you need to register the network. पहले तो name approval लो, now you need to register. तो name approval के लिए form number A. Name approval is form number A. Then you register, उसके लिए form number B. Registration has to be done within 3 months from the approval of name. Within 3 months of approval of name, you get yourself registered, form number B. If there's a change in constitution of network, there's a form number C. Change in constitution of network, form C, and that is to be within 30 days from the change in constitution. Acha. Now, ethical compliance, pay attention. Pay attention. If one of the network firm is doing audit, other network firm cannot provide the services covered under section 144. No, not allowed. ठीक है. Same way, the ceiling of fees. Remember, if you are doing audit, fees for other work cannot exceed the audit fee. Achha, if you are doing audit, other network firm doing other work, fees cannot exceed 3 times the audit fee. So you yourself doing other work, fees cannot exceed the audit fee. Other network firm doing other work, fees cannot exceed 3 times the audit fee. ठीक है. Whenever you are basically joining a network, do I need to inform my client? Answer is no, that's not required. And there might be internal bylaws of network. So whenever a network is formed for operation of network, there might be a bylaws. Bylaws are internal rules and regulation. So to streamline networking, a network shall formulate a bylaws, appointment of managing committee for running the network, administration of network, how much will be the membership fee each of the member firm will contribute, identifying the engagement partners, dispute settlement, issuance of newsletter, development of softwares, library, appointment of technical director, determining the methodology for drawing resources. ठीक है. Determining compensation to member firm for resources which are drawn, peer review of member firm. So these are for basically working of network, internal rules and regulations can be framed. So these are basically some of the internal rules and regulations which can be there. ठीक है. Logo guideline. So can I have my own logo? Answer is no. You are allowed to use only ICAI ka logo, common logo. And this logo is also changed. This logo is also changed. Let me show you the new ICAI, new CA logo. उसमें नीचे इंडिया लिखा है. Okay, this is a new CA logo. It is CA India. Its CA is in blue color, and there are 2 ulta ticks. The 2 reverse tick, one in green and one in basically orange, which is basically signifying our country's flag ke colors. ठीक है. So logo CA is there. Basically, this was an older one. CA in blue. Only green tick was there. Now green as well as the orange tick has came up. नीचे इंडिया लिखा है. ठीक है. So they are telling that the letter CA has been put in blue. It's a corporate color which denotes creativity, innovativeness, knowledge, trust, truth, etc., etc. And the upside down tick, which is basically in green, which symbolizes growth, prosperity, harmony, etc., etc. You can use this logo. You are not allowed to change color. You should not tilt it. You should not basically change the colors, etc. ठीक है. Guidelines for practicing in corporate form. Okay. Can I form a company? Answer is yes. You can form a company for providing management and consultancy services, not for the purpose of doing audit. Achha, in that company, can I become a whole-time director or a managing director? Answer is yes. Yes. Do I need to take permission from ICI for that? Answer is no. Achha, can I continue to do attestation function and do my audits even though I am a whole-time director or managing director? Answer is yes. So Council decided to allow the member in practice to hold the office of managing director, whole-time director for a body corporate basically which is exclusively for rendering management consultancy and other services. You can retain your full-time COP and you can continue to do the attestation functions even though you're a whole-time director, managing director, because this is only for a company which renders management consultancy and other services. But no practice can be done in corporate name. Okay, check this question. And they also need to abide by that advertising restrictions, all that things. Okay, CA, a chartered accountant in practice, is basically specialized in field of information system. Is considered one of the expert of the field. Acha, the company engaged in rendering management consultancy services, offered to appoint him as managing director. You accepted the position without obtaining permission, not guilty. Answer is not guilty. Action of R is valid. Next one, self-regulatory measures which are recommendatory. They are not mandatory, they are recommendatory. Branch audit should not be conducted by an auditor having 10 or more members. Joint auditor, उसमें छोटी-छोटी firm. The practice of associating a firm with less than 5 members as joint auditor should be encouraged. ठीक है? For every 5 unqualified staff, you should have 1 qualified staff, and that unqualified staff will not include your articles. It will not include your articles, it will not include your basically peons, it will include only those people who are engaged in doing audit, the paid staff. For every 5, you have 1 qualified. ठीक है? Recommendatory minimum scale of fees is given to you, वो recommendatory है, not mandatory. अच्छा, relative fee size, you have to disclose to ICI. अच्छा, what I have to disclose to ICI? अच्छा, if it's a non-public interest entity, the fees coming from them for 2 consecutive years, the fees coming from them exceeds 40% of your total fees, you have to disclose about it to ICI. And for public interest entity, the fees coming for them for 2 consecutive exceeds 20% of your total fees, then you are required to disclose to ICI. But this is not applicable when the fees received is less than 20 lakh rupees. Does not exceed 20 lakh, and it is not applicable for fees coming from government related companies or government sectors. And lastly, recent decisions of Ethical Standard Board. I am allowed to do equity research. I can be an equity research advisor, but I cannot publish a retail report. I cannot act as trademark or patent attorney, but I can be an advisor for intellectual property rights. I can engage myself in registration authority for obtaining digital signatures. I can register myself in Udyog as MSME. Fine. Okay. If you have taken a credit card of a bank and credit card outstanding is more than 5 lakh, you are disqualified to be auditor of that bank. You have taken a credit card and credit card outstanding amount. Limit nahi, outstanding amount is more than 5 lakh, you are disqualified. ठीक है. अच्छा, sir, can I use messaging application to send messages to people to make aware about my practice? Answer is no. WhatsApp करता हूँ सबको, नहीं, not allowed. To make people aware about my practice, not allowed. You can act as authorized representative of a foreign company. I can be authorized representative of a foreign company provided I'm not an auditor of that foreign company. ठीक है? You can provide services to kiosk. So kiosk say you can provide services, it's allowed, but only those services which are allowed for chartered accountants. Mission statement I cannot have. So you cannot have a mission which is printed on your website or visiting cards, not allowed. Internal auditor cannot be a GST auditor simultaneously. If I'm an internal auditor of a company, I cannot be the GST auditor of the same company. Not allowed. Okay, check question number 97, a good one. You are a practicing chartered accountant during weekend. You do equity research and you advise your friends, relatives, other known people who are not your client. Okay, but you are doing equity research. Research advisor is fine. Publishing report is not allowed. Okay, you are a paper setter for accountancy. Paper setter is allowed, generally permitted. You own an agricultural land. That agricultural activity is also allowed. Okay, but a natural calamities came and you became undischarged insolvent. After few court hearing, now you are a discharged insolvent and you got a certificate. You got a certificate that your insolvency was due to misfortune. So now you are not debarred from being a CA. Okay, so over here, what all things? 1. Equity research, chalega, not guilty. Paper setting, owning agricultural activity, not guilty. Acha, you are a discharged insolvent, so you are not debarred because you are discharged insolvent and you obtain a certificate that your insolvency was due to misfortune. This is your chapter of professional ethics. We take a break now, and after the break, I'll do questions of chapter number 1 to 11. They're all based on your standards. The chapter number 1 to 11, all your questions are based on standards. These are new questions which have been added, so I'll be doing that. So we take a break. After the break, I'll do the questions. So please make sure you are there after the break. It's important. It is important. Okay, now let's have a break. 15 minutes. Yeah, it's 9:19. We will be back after 15 minutes. So back at 9:35 p.m. Enjoy your break. Okay, hi, welcome back. We finished with the chapter of professional ethics, and now we are required to do certain questions which are based on auditing standards, and it's given under your chapter number 1 to chapter number 11. If I just come over here to the index, try to see the chapter's name. Try to see chapter's name. Your chapter number 1 is quality control. So this is talking about SQC1 SA220. Okay, general auditing principles, auditing responsibility, this is your 200 series. Audit planning, this is SA 300. Audit materiality, risk assessment, internal control, this is basically your 300 series. 315, 320, 330. Audit evidence is 500 series. Completion review is actually a 600 series. Reporting we did 700 series. Specialized areas is 800 series. Related services is basically your SRS. Review of financial information is SRE 2400-2410. And prospective financial information, other assurance services, it's SAE. So can you see chapter number 1 to 11 are all based on your standards? Okay, sir, we did now. Yeah, we did questions also, but there are few questions which were given in ICI material and which I have given together with chapters. Let's try to do few of that question. Let's try to do few of that question coming directly to chapter number 1. Coming directly to chapter number 1, I'll do only the important questions, but this is good. These are some offbeat question, a bit different one. To pay attention. Okay, what is the difference between SQC1, SA220? So see, SQC1 is basically applicable for all types of engagement. It is applicable to audit, review, everything. This is only for audit. Okay. SQC1 is for the entire firm. SQC1 is for entire firm. It fixes the responsibility of the firm, which is to be assumed by CEO or the managing partners. SA220 talks about responsibility for engagement partner. So this is talking about engagement partner. It's for a particular audit engagement. Engagement partner has to do all these things. Okay. SQC1 talks about setting up of a quality control system. You have to set up a quality control system. SA220 talks about implementing that quality control system. It's implementing the quality control system which is there. So SQC1 is the base for SA220. So SQC1 is the base for SA220. SQC1 is sine qua non for applicability of SA220. Clear? Okay, next, mechanism for review of quality control. Mechanism for review of quality control, they've given 3 things. 1, peer review board. 2nd, quality review board. And 3rd, NAFRA. Okay, peer review board. Peer review board is constituted by Council of ICAI. And peer review board may ICAI appoints one chartered accountant to check the work of another chartered accountant. And the main objective, whenever you're carrying out assurance engagement, whether technical, professional, ethical standards are complied by the member of ICAI and whether there were proper system in place. Including documentation to demonstrate the quality of assurance services. Did you understand? So this is basically examination and review of your systems and procedure. They try to see whether you're having systems in place where for assurance services to ensure that the assurance services are as per technical, professional, ethical standards. Purpose is to enhance the quality of the professional work and they focus more on systems and procedures. One chartered accountant is sent by ICAI to check the work of another chartered accountant. The one who is coming for doing a review is called as a peer reviewer. Acha, you get a peer review certificate. It's valid for certain number of years. Acha, if at all you don't have a peer review certificate, you cannot do the audit of listed entities. Next is quality review board. Acha, quality review board is set up by central government and the members are nominated by CG as well as Council of ICAI. Members are nominated by CG as well as Council of ICAI. The function of QRB, what are the function of Quality Review Board? To give recommendation to the Council regarding the quality of services provided by the member of ICAI, to review the services provided by the member of ICAI, and to guide the members to improve the quality of services. And here, which audit will be selected for quality review? It's based on the risk-based approach. Like imagine, say for example, a fraud is discovered in say Kotak Bank. तो कोटक बैंक में फ्रॉड इज डिस्कवर्ड, तो कोटक बैंक का ऑडिटर, whoever is doing that audit of that auditor will get selected for quality review. ठीक है. Third one is NAFRA. अच्छा, the one who does that quality review, they are called technical reviewers. वहां पे था peer reviewer, these are called technical reviewers. Now NAFRA. As per section 132 of Companies Act 2013, duties of NAFRA includes monitoring, enforcing compliance with accounting auditing standard, overseeing the quality of professionals who are associated with ensuring compliance with those standards. ठीक है. NAFRA is basically for listed entities, insurance company, banking company, other company which are covered under NAFRA rules. Achha, those which are covered under NAFRA, they will not go to QRB. So QRB doesn't have a power to select them. If they are under NAFRA, it can be done by QRB only when NAFRA recommends to them. So QRB can review audit of services only for entities other than those specified under NAFRA. That only that QRB can check, and those referred to QRB by NAFRA. ठीक है. Moving ahead to the good questions, coming to question number 3. Okay, check out over here. ABC and Associates has a policy to accept the client where risk evaluation is conducted. XYZ Limited approach ABC. The promoter of XYZ is a close family friend of Mr. A, the managing partner of ABC. There are certain inquiries from regulatory authority. The existing auditor of XYZ has resigned. They are offering you 25% more fees. अच्छा, तो inquiries चल रही है वो company में, existing auditors have resigned, they're offering you 25% more fees, and the managing partner is strongly recommending that we should take up this audit. So see, you should take the audit only when it fulfills the continuation and acceptance of audit वाला criteria. It should not be based on money. Money नहीं देखना है. यहाँ पे existing auditors are gone, inquiries are going on, so that entity might be involved in money laundering. Better don't take the audit. So what is the tone at the top? Tone at the top of the firm is not good. Poorly reflects the functioning of the top, because managing partner himself is telling, let's take this audit. That's wrong. And what are the consideration one should look to uphold the firm? What are the consideration one should exercise to uphold the firm? To uphold the firm, what should be done? Following consideration. The firm assigns management responsibility so that commercial consideration should not override the quality of work performed. ठीक है. The firm's policies, procedure in relation to personnel are designed so that people are committed to quality. Firm devotes significant resource for development, consultation of quality control policies. You should devote significant resources. And firm, before accepting engagement, should acquire the vital information of client about integrity, etc. before accepting client. So this is what you should do to uphold the quality of firm. So commercial consideration should not override the quality. You need to ensure the policies, procedures are formed to ensure that the personals basically are committed to the quality, and you are giving sufficient resources for developing quality control policies, procedures, and before taking up any assignment, vital information of clients are looked. Fine, moving ahead. Okay, coming to question number 5 is also fine. Sixth one. Coming to question number 6th one. GVN and Associates are auditor of a listed entity, fintech sector. They have some issue related to particular Ind-AS. And they've sent a query to ICAI. ICAI ka reply came up. So now you feel that engagement quality control review is kind of useless, because whenever we are stuck up, ICAI is there to help. So it's a listed entity. Engagement quality control review is mandatory requirement. Engagement quality control review is mandatory requirement. Okay, moving ahead, chapter number 2. Moving ahead, chapter number 2. Okay, there's a company, My Decor Limited. They want to set up a new manufacturing plant for a special kind of fabric. So new manufacturing plant wants to be set up. So can I say they will try to show more revenues? Reason, they need huge loan. The company needs to set up this and it involves a huge capital outlay. Huge capital outlay is there, so probably they'll need a loan. Okay, this year revenue has increased to 1000 crore from 750 crore. Achha, before you started the audit, there was no change in plant capacity, and information regarding setting up of plant has been available to you during the inquiry. So when I inquired with personnel, I get to know they want to start up with a new factory. The new factory start karna hai, they'll need money, they will try to inflate the revenues, fraudulent financial reporting may be there. So how would you proceed with above situation? And as an auditor, paying special risk to risk of material misstatement due to fraudulent reporting. They want to set up new plant, huge capital outlay. Management may be tempted to inflate its revenue, and the auditor may consider the above fraud risk factor as a risk of material misstatement due to fraud. ठीक है? And in case the auditor assessing the risk of material due to fraud, audit procedures to address such a risk. So you need to perform substantive analytical procedures relating to revenue. You can use computerized assisted audit technique to identify unusual revenue wala thing, test the controls relating to revenue to see whether they have been inflated or not. Okay. Now, check over here. Ridhima, internal auditor, had pointed out certain deficiency. Receivables are not reconciled on timely basis. Customer credit limits, they are not reviewed on regular basis. But management takes no action. Management takes no action to means there was an identified significant deficiency in internal control. Management is still not taking any actions on that. So how would you allude to the statutory auditor? What does the above situation allude to the statutory auditor? Management is not concerned. The management failing to rectify the significant deficiencies in internal control on timely basis is a fraud risk factor. For misstatement arising from fraudulent financial reporting. So it's a fraud risk factor. ठीक है? Moving ahead. Okay. Now check this question number 4. Sundar is auditor of a leading private sector bank. IT systems and controls will be reported as a key audit matter. IT systems and control, because they have a high level of automation, complexity, so we have focused more on that area. At what time you should communicate the key audit matter? Is it necessary key audit matters are to be communicated only when I'm giving my reports? Answer is no. Answer is no. So say 260, we have a communication with those charged with governance. Okay, plant scope and timing that we discuss with them initially mein. So us time pe also I can have a discussion about this key audit matter. Plus I can also have a discussion whenever I have a meeting with the TCWG subsequently also. So SA 701 states that appropriate timing for communication of key audit matter will vary. However, the auditor may communicate preliminary views about key audit matter when you are discussing the plant scope and timing, and may further discuss whenever you are communicating the audit findings. So whenever you are meeting with TCWG, first time mile tabhi also you can communicate this will be our key audit matter. Subsequently also when you are meeting you can communicate about it, and to shareholders it will go whenever you are giving your report. To shareholders it will go when you are giving your report. Okay, now there are 4 audit firms appointed. Joint auditors are there. Joint auditors are there. ठीक है. Now check over here. Check over here. It has been decided to test general IT control, application control, IT dependent control. That's okay. Planned key audit procedure relating to common area. तो कॉमन एरिया में क्या क्या कवर हो रहा है? टेस्टिंग, डिजाइन एंड ऑपरेटिंग इफेक्टिवनेस ऑफ कंट्रोल ओवर कंप्यूटर ऑपरेशन इंक्लूडिंग बैकअप, बैच प्रोसेसिंग, डेटा सेंटर सिक्योरिटी. ठीक है, तो प्लान्ड की ऑडिट प्रोसीजर रिलेटेड टू कॉमन एरिया is including your testing, design, operating effectiveness of control over computer operation including backup, batch processing, data security. ठीक है. The actual audit procedure The actual audit procedure pertaining to testing controls over batch processing were done by DES. Acha, so planning was done jointly. Can I say implementation was done by DES for this thing? Planning was done jointly, but implementation is done by DES. If planning is wrong, all will be responsible. If implementation is wrong, only DES will be responsible. So check over here. In the instance case, it has been planned jointly. It has been planned jointly. However, the testing over batch processing were actually performed by DES. Even though it was planned jointly, so only DES will be responsible. Plan was wrong, all will be responsible. Implementation is wrong, only DES will be responsible. Fine. Okay. Check this question number 7. You are auditor of a social media company. Of late, government has tightened the rules and regulations to protect the interest of users. So, how you can proceed to verify the company is compliant with the new requirements? How you are basically, so you can examine the policies and procedures developed by the entity. Policies, procedure developed by the entity regarding appropriate system of internal control, giving knowledge to employees about the new rules, engaging legal advisors, etc. TK. Besides, what does the above situation underscore to you? See, if the government is putting restrictions, can I say the financial stability of the company may be threatened due to new regulatory requirement, and the management may be under a pressure. And if management is under a pressure, they might be trying to do a fraudulent financial reporting. The fraud risk factor may need to be evaluated. I hope this is clear. Okay, 8th question is a good one. 8th question is a good one. Now, we communicate to TCWG1 the planned scope and timing, auditor's responsibility, auditor's independence. What is missed out? What is missed out? Significant findings arising from an audit. So what is missed out? It's the significant findings arising from an audit. Now in that, what all do we communicate? In that, the one, the auditor's view about the qualitative aspect of accounting practices, including the accounting policies, qualitative aspect. Second, the significant difficulties which you encountered. Okay, unless all of those charged with governance are also involved in managing, the significant matter arising during audit and which were discussed with the management. The written representations which we want. Okay, circumstances that affect the form and content of audit report. Whatever circumstances affect the form and content of audit report, I'll discuss that. Any significant matter arising during audit. So what is missed out is significant findings. Usme kya kya? So one, the auditor's view about significant qualitative aspect of the accounting practices, including their accounting policy. The significant difficulties which you face during audit. Acha, significant matters arising during audit, representations which we need from them, circumstances that affect form and content of audit report, and any other significant matters. Fine, moving on to next chapter, chapter number 3. Moving on to next chapter, chapter number 3. Okay, now if you just check over here, XWL is a company dealing in commodity future trading. It's dealing in commodity future trading. Auditor did not visit even office once. कुछ भी visit ही नहीं किया है उसने. अच्छा, working paper checklist included checking of raw material consumed. Now tell me, do we have a raw material consumption का checking in future option trading? No. So I can understand that the checklist which were filled were a kind of a general one. It was not specific to the business. So we have not done a proper planning. So how it reflects upon planning? It reflects upon a failure to do proper planning. You have not visited the company, you have failed to obtain understanding of business. And checklist includes checking of basically raw material consumed, that kind of thing. So we can understand the audit was not planned in an effective manner. Audit was not planned in an effective manner. Okay. Now tell me one thing. Whenever I'm planning, I'm doing audit plan. Remember in audit plan, we have nature, timing, extent of planned audit procedures, planned risk assessment procedure, other audit procedures for assertion level, nature, timing, extent of audit procedures to ensure the audit complies with SAA. So my question over here is sample size. Do I also decide the sample size during planning? Answer is yes. तो यहाँ पे he made up his mind to decide about the sample size later when actually you will perform. Planning में you're not determining sample size. Extent, nature, timing, extent will also include the sample size. You should have planned for that right now only. Fine. Okay, next question, good one is, okay, now check over here. You are an engagement partner of some bank. They have some 1034 branches, and during the basically overall review, the above said errors did not came to light. So there was no problems basically identified. The statutory auditor had also called for a soft copy, means branches are there, branch auditor had done some work. Whether it will be responsible for the work done by branch auditor? Answer is no, unless there was suspicion nahi tha, to will not be responsible. Suspicion nahi tha, we will not be responsible. Okay, now pay attention. You are doing a statutory audit of some company, and they were internal audit department. And on perusal of internal audit report, he found that not only verification of inventory was attended by the internal auditor, but workings were also made to see the valuations at year end. So they have basically attended internal auditor. Internal auditors have attended the inventory counting. They also check the valuation of inventory, all that things. Okay. However, on going through inventory record, you found out some inventories are lying since long. Okay, some inventories are lying since long. So can I say wahan pe they might have become obsolete? So there's a risk of material misstatement over there. Okay, if there's a risk of material misstatement, can I use the work of internal audit function for that area? Okay, so should I rely upon the work of internal auditor? If there's a risk of material misstatement, don't use the work. So you should do it directly, because there is a risk of material misstatement. Okay, next one, chapter number 4. Next one, chapter number 4. Okay, difference between internal control questionnaire and a checklist. We know internal control questionnaire is filled by the management. Checklist is filled by the auditing team staff. Internal control questionnaire is a lot of questions compared to checklist. The internal control questionnaire includes a large number of detailed questions. Checklist generally focuses on main control objective. This is answered by company's executive. This is answered by basically the auditing team staff. No in internal control questionnaire does indicate a weakness. No, it does indicate a weakness, but what is actually the weakness is not automatically revealed. ठीक है. Moving ahead. Okay, now check over here. There is an NGO. There's an NGO working in the field of upholding the democracy rights. Okay, the last year accounts of NGO were unaudited and operations were very small. Current year mein, they got foreign donations also. Substantial donations increased, including foreign donation. They've also crowdfunding. Crowdfunding means you take small donation from people at large. That's crowdfunding. And the government has now legislative power to cancel the FCRA certificate of NGO. Since it's working in the field which encompasses political, social, the accusations are flying thick and fast. Okay, so now see, last year NGO was very small. This year suddenly it has become big. Crowdfunding is there. You get foreign donations also. But our government has a right to cancel your license because you're operating in such a kind of field, political, socio field. Accusations are also there. Okay. So one, we need to check out the credibility, integrity of persons behind the NGO. Shady NGOs can be involved in money laundering. Shady NGOs can be involved in money laundering. and we need to see the controls which they're having for the donations coming, utilization of donations, etc. Lack of formal controls may lead to non-compliance of law, and because of non-compliance the certificate may also be cancelled, so control risk could be high. ठीक है. The audit of NGO has been accepted for the first time. As it's expected for the first time, I don't know the activities of NGO. The detection risk is also high. So how would you consider assessing audit risk? How would you consider assessing audit risk? So control risk is also high, detection risk is also kind of high. The higher detection risk, because we might not be able to understand the entity properly, we might not be able to do the audit properly. ठीक है. तो एक तो inherent risk ही है. Non-compliance with strict laws and regulations make it inherently risky. Lack of proper controls होंगे तो control risk will also be high, and detection risk is also high because we are doing it for the first time. Fine, moving ahead. Now pay attention. You have a system of booking purchase in purchase ledger and stock from the purchase invoice only. So invoice date है ना, invoice date से you record the purchases and you record stock. Now see, that guy would have prepared invoice and then he has sent the goods. It is possible on the invoice date the goods are not received, but you recorded the stock, तो गलत होगा. The stock is in transit. So this is wrong. You should tell the management to correct the same. ठीक है, moving ahead. Okay, check question number 8. Check question number 8. We are trying to compute the overall audit risk. We are trying to compute the overall audit risk. There are chances 40% that the invoices might be inflated. So inherent risk is 40%. ये inherent risk हुआ. ठीक है. Now internal control can prevent defalcation up to 75%. So control risk is 25%. 75% it can prevent. What it cannot prevent? 25%. And auditor will give him a satisfaction. Audit will give a satisfaction up to 60%. So can I say detection risk is again 40%? Okay, so what is your overall audit risk? Inherent risk 40 into 25% is 10 into 40%, it becomes 4% is the overall audit risk. If someone asks what is the risk of material misstatement? Risk of material misstatement is, okay, risk of material misstatement is 40 into 25. So check out answer, it will be 4%. Risk of material misstatement is 40 into 25%, 10%. Okay, moving ahead. Chapter number 5. Chapter number 5. Okay. Okay, chapter 5, impracticable. It's okay. Acha, now see over here. Question number 2. You had planned observing the physical inventory counting in the remote area of Uttarakhand. ठीक है. You had already informed that you will be reaching the plant site by 29th of March. 29th March ko you will be reaching. Management had done all the necessary arrangements, everything. However, there's an agitation in Himalayas on 28th of March. Oh, agitation in Himalayan hills on 28th of March relating to conversion of agricultural land for commercial use. And now the plant is not accessible. The blockage is lifted after 1 month. Blockage is lifted after 1 month. Do we say that it is impracticable to attend? No, it is not impracticable. It was just for 1 month. You could have gone and attended after a month. The blockage has been lifted after 1 month, so it does not highlight impracticability. The auditor should attend after the blockage is lifted, and then you can perform the procedure for intervening transaction. So now you go and check of 30th April, then you roll back. 30th April stock is this, so what will be on 31st March? ठीक है. Okay, now check over here. You wanted to talk with entity's lawyer, so you directly talked. Now this is not correct. If I want to talk with entity's lawyer, a letter should go from management to entity's lawyer. The management should send a letter to entity's lawyer, and that letter should state that now onwards he can talk directly to the auditor. But auditor directly talked with lawyer, the lawyer is not going to reply anything only. ठीक है. Okay. Check over here. Question number 4. On going through financial statements and record of TS, you find substantial increase in inventory, and basically they are lying light poles lying remaining with super industries. Okay, so substantial inventory is lying with some other party. Okay, what do you do when it's lying with other party? I do external confirmation. However, the premises of super industries were raided by DGGI official for a fake billing scam. Proprietor has been arrested. So I understand, normally I do external confirmation, but now that entity has been involved in some fraud, etc. So better you don't rely on external confirmation. Better you go and check it yourself, or you have a local auditor appointed from there who can go and check it there. So what you should do, normally we do is external confirmation, but in this case the integrity of the third party appears to be doubtful because they're involved in fake billing scam. The proprietor is behind the bar. So better is you don't do that. You may attend a third party physical counting or ask some other auditor. So either you go and physically count, or other auditor you appoint in order to go and check whether it's physically really available or not. ठीक है. Moving ahead. Okay, check question number 7. Mr. Ritesh Deshpande has drawn some samples. On the basis of samples selected, he came to erroneous conclusion that the excess controls are less effective. Further, on the basis of samples selected, he concludes that the work in progress of inventory are materially misstated. Okay, outline the above risk involved. This is nothing but a sampling risk. So opinion based on sample will be different in case the whole population is subject to audit. So this is basically a sampling risk. Fine, moving ahead, chapter number 6. Chapter number 6. Okay, in your chapter number 6, come to third question. C.A. Somya is an auditor of a company which is engaged in rearing of poultry birds. Okay. Since last 2 years, the company's fortune has nosedived. Okay. And first due to pandemic and then due to bird flu, the sales have dipped from 50 crores to just 10 crores. Major part of livestock is wiped out due to bird flu. Bird flu में बहुत सारे और birds have basically gone. She is not optimistic about the going concern assumption followed by the management. The management wants to start with a new fresh batch of birds. The earlier working capital granted by the bank has been restructured, and she was informed that the repayment of restructured working capital is beginning from next year onwards. No fresh credit facility is granted, and company also plans longer credit from the animal feed supplier. Okay, so bank over here, if you just check out, they restructured the working capital loan. They are not giving new loan, but currently loan was there, it is restructured, and now we are required to start making payment from next year onwards. We'll also try to take more credit from the animal feed supplier. The companies plan to take additional measures to prevent the safety of livestock. We'll give vaccination, etc., so that if bird flu comes, we don't have any problem. The villagers have accused the company for spreading air pollution, and the management has prepared a cash flow forecast for examination. Discuss the approach to be adopted by her in examining the going concern assumption. Now see, there are events and conditions which are identified. Now, whenever events and conditions are identified related to going concern issue, what do? If at all they have prepared a cash flow forecast, try to understand the assumptions used in cash flow forecast are proper or not. That all I need to check. Okay, so If events or condition has been identified, what do you need to do? If an entity has prepared a cash flow forecast, you need to evaluate the reliability of data, and there's a proper support for the assumption. So in this question, cash flow forecast has been prepared, so you need to evaluate the reliability of data which is used in the forecast. The one, you should verify the assumption relating to the fresh batch of livestock. Bankers have not provided fresh credit facility, so how funds will be arranged for the same? Okay, second, she needs to check the loan sanction or agreement to verify the repayment is beginning really from the next year. Okay, they are planning to take a longer credit from animal feed. How much longer they will give, and is it basically reflected in the forecast? Okay. Okay, have they taken in forecast the increased expenditure due to vaccination, frequent visit to veterinary staff? Some villagers have accused, though, is there any provision for that expenditure which may come up, and for that any proposed expenditure is included in cash flow statement, the forecast? So that all needs to be considered. That all needs to be considered. Fine. Now check this question, question number 5. Check this question, question number 5. The audit report ka date is 31st/7. Audit report ka date is 31st July. This is a written representation. Point out anomaly in written representation. What is the problem in written representation? The date is 15th April. Now, if you remember, the date of written representation should be as nearer as practicable, but not later than the date of audit report. As nearer as practicable. So, can I say it should be nearer to July? But it's coming in April. So, can I say yahan pe this is a problem? Achha, then it's addressed to the chartered accountant, representation letter. We have fulfilled responsibility for preparation, presentation of financial statement. We have information provided, all other things. These are all there. So what is the problem? The date is the problem. The written representation is 15th April. Audit report is 31st July. There's a considerable lag between both. And in the written representation, we take it in writing. We take it in writing that the management believes they have fulfilled their responsibility for preparation, presentation of financial statement. In order to them being fulfilled their responsibility, account should have been finalized. Now, it might not have been finalized by this April 15th only. Otherwise, why will audit take till 31st July? Okay, that problem is there. Chapter 7 already done. Come to chapter 8. Chapter 7 is already done. Come to chapter number 8. Thank you, Aditya. Okay, chapter number 8. You are offered a professional work of audit of financial statement prepared, meeting requirement of loan agreement. Achha, you are auditor. So you are doing audit of general purpose financial statement. They are also telling you to do the audit as per special purpose financial statement. So can I accept it? Answer is yes, you can accept it. And as it's a special purpose financial statement, you wrote about it in other matter paragraph. So she chooses to accept the work and has made up her mind to disclose this fact in other matter paragraph. So whether the approach is proper, now actually it's a special purpose framework, generally comes under emphasis of matter. It will be written in financial statement. We draw attention that it is prepared as per the special purpose framework. So normally it will be emphasis of matter. So over here, the approach they have written answer as she chooses to accept the work and has made up her mind to disclose this fact in other matter paragraph in audit report to be issued by her for this specific engagement. Is her approach proper? Answer actually should not be emphasis of matter. It should be, sorry, it should not be other matter. It should be emphasis of matter. Okay. Okay. Next, check over here. You are called upon to basically report on financial statement which are as per the provisions of contract, the special purpose financial statement, SA 800. And you're also offered to do audit of trade receivable, audit of single financial statement, 805. So can you accept it? Answer is yes. Can you accept both? Answer is yes. And what will be the approach? You need to follow SA 800 as well as 805. Now, you are appointed to audit trade payable. You are appointed to audit trade payable. As normal audit is done by CA Jignesh, you are CAG. Why it will be practically difficult to perform? Reason, see, I have not done the entire audit. So if I am called upon only to do trade payable, I will not be having understanding of entity, environment, internal control. That's why it becomes practically difficult. It doesn't mean that G cannot take it. If you are called upon, if they are asking you to do audit of a single financial statement, it can be done by a person other than the company auditor also. So he need not be the auditor, but it becomes practically difficult for you because you don't have understanding of entity, environment, internal controls. Okay. Now check over here. CA Madhur is the auditor of the company and has issued an audit report on 15 June. The audit report on summary financial statement is dated 15 July. अच्छा, ये 15 June था, ये 15 July है. Subsequent event after 15 June have not been considered. That needs to be written in the audit report relating to summary financial statement. The summary financial statement का report, even though it's on 15 July, but subsequent events are considered only till 15th June. Fine. The audit report on financial statement issued by CA Madhur contains a qualified opinion. अच्छा, तो complete set is qualified. Can a summary financial statement be unmodified? Complete set is qualified. Can a summary financial statement be, it is unmodified? Yeah. See, the summary financial statement might be a fair summary still. So you may give unmodified, but you need to write down. You need to write down that the complete set has a modified opinion, qualified hai. Usme what is the qualified opinion, the basis for qualified opinion, that needs to be written. ठीक है, तो if you feel that the summary are consistent with or it's a fair summary of audited financial, you can issue unmodified opinion. But you need to state that the audited financial contains a qualified report and basis for qualification, uska effect on summary financial has to be described. Okay. Next, check over here. There's an adverse opinion on complete set. So if you're doing a trade receivable ka audit for the same period, can you have it unmodified? Acha, overall complete set is adverse. So single element can be unmodified provided the reports are not together and doesn't form substantial portion of the financial statement. So they are not published together. Single element is allowed. Single financial statement cannot be unmodified and does not constitute a major portion. Okay, moving ahead. Chapter number 9, related services. Okay, in that chapter 9, what points are to be kept in mind for inclusion in the report of agreed upon procedure? We already did it. I marked it as important. For agreed upon procedure, what are the points to be included in report? Fine. Okay, during the performance of compilation, whenever you're doing compilation, the client had suffered 100 lakh ka loss and you lost a claim with insurance company and you're shown 100 lakh as basically current asset, receivable. Okay, you lost a claim with insurance company, but it was repudiated. The insurance company has rejected the claim. If they have rejected the claim, can I show 100 lakh as current asset, receivable? No, the claim is rejected. I should not be showing it. Okay, if I have shown it, so I can understand the data provided by the management is wrong. I'm doing compilation. So during compilation, if you understand the data, documents, anything provided by management is wrong, tell them to rectify and give it to you. If they don't do it, withdraw from engagement. If you become aware that the amendment to compile financial information are required, and if management doesn't do it, declines it, you can withdraw from engagement. Fine, this is your chapter number 9. Go to chapter number 10. Come to chapter number 10. Okay. There's a condition in a contract because of which you want to get a financial statement reviewed on a quarterly basis. So this is not basically interim financial information, but as per the agreement contract ke hisab se, you want to get it reviewed for a year on a quarterly basis. ठीक है. Can Roma get its financial statement reviewed from a professional accountant in practice? Okay, so SRE 2400, that review can be done by a person who is not the auditor also. The professional accountant in service can be used. Okay, while conducting review, it was gathered upon inquiry there's a possibility of material misstatement in financial statement. There's a possibility of material misstatement. How would you proceed further? There's a possibility of material misstatement. You need to do additional inquiry, additional analytical procedure to focus on the affected items, or you can do any other type of procedures. ठीक है. Okay. CA Sirat is conducting a review of quarterly financial information of company of which you are auditor also. The SRE 2410 comes into picture. And she believes it is necessary to make material adjustments to quarterly financial information. ठीक है. She has communicated the matter to audit committee but no response. So there's some material adjustment required to the quarterly financials, but the management is not taking any actions. What do? One, you modify your report. Second, you withdraw from engagement, or you may even withdraw from being an auditor of the overall financials. Overall financials का auditor you may also withdraw. ठीक है. Moving ahead, chapter number 11, but before that, question number 6. Why inquiry is an important procedure for review? Review mein why it's important? The inquiry includes seeking information from management and others within the entity as the practitioner considers appropriate in the circumstances. Evidence through inquiry is often a principal source of evidence about the management intent. तो management का intention कैसे पता चलेगा? You do inquiries. However, information available to support the management intent may be limited. So in that case, understanding the past history of carrying out the actions, management stated reason for a particular course of action, that all. Performing inquiry also assists the practitioner in obtaining or updating his knowledge about understanding of entity, environment. When you inquire, you are able to understand more about entity, environment, internal controls. ठीक है. Application of professional skepticism in evaluating responses. Whenever you are evaluating the responses to the inquiry, you are physically be alert. So that will enable the practitioner to evaluate whether this matters would cause the practitioner to believe the financial statements are materially misstatement. The simple words mein, the inquiry is helpful to understand management intent. Second, it also helps you to update the knowledge about your basically client ka understanding of client entity, environment, internal controls. Last chapter number 11. Can a professional accountant be associated with PFI? Okay, so can I be associated with PFI? Now see, clause number 3, part 1, second schedule. If you vouch for accuracy of forecast, you're guilty of professional misconduct. Clause 3, second schedule. Clause 3, part 1, second schedule of Chartered Accountant Act. So as such, they also allow you cannot vouch for accuracy of forecast. So PFI may don't report on figures. You can participate in basically this forecast, review them, provide an indication about the basis of forecast, etc. And you can report about the major assumptions. But you should not be commenting on the figures. You should not be vouching for accuracy of forecast. ठीक है? Now, question number 2. A company has approached CA Hemant for PFI. Okay, PFI. It is noticed that the depreciation is basically in PFI as per IT. Okay, depreciation in PFI is as per IT. Now say in your books the depreciation was as per your Ind AS, but in PFI you are putting it as per income tax. So can I say it is not matching with the historical financial information? So we need to see whether the PFI is consistent with the historical financial information. It's not consistent over here. It is not proper. So they have to change the PFI. And if presentation disclosure is not adequate, you will give a qualified or an adverse opinion, or you will withdraw. Fine. Okay, the management of S Limited request you to accept the engagement to report on compilation of Proforma financial information. They want you to accept the engagement of Proforma financial information. What factors you consider before acknowledging and understanding responsibility before accepting the engagement? Okay, before accepting engagement, what I should try to do? To obtain agreement of the responsible party that it acknowledges what? Compiling the Proforma financial information as per the applicable criteria, disclosing the applicable criteria to intended users, providing practitioner with all information relevant to whatever is there, additional information which is required, access to persons within, and one more, access to the persons of acquiry. When needed, access to appropriate individual within the acquiry in case of a business combination. We had marked this important over there. Fine, this is basically your chapter number 11. So we are done till chapter 11. So all your standards are over. Chapter 1 to chapter number 11 is over. Chapter number 19 is over. So how many chapters are pending? 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 7 chapters are left. That 7 chapters will be doing it tomorrow. Okay, so tomorrow will be the final day for our marathon revision for CA final auditing. Timing tomorrow is 5 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. Tomorrow's timing will be 5 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. and just one sentence for you. Just one very simple sentence for you. I know your exams are going on, you're preparing very well, you're putting in your efforts, but just remember one thing, you will be glad that you kept going. It's a very simple sentence which says you will be glad that you kept going. So don't stop in between, just keep on going till your examinations are over. And finally, you'll be glad that you kept going, you did not give up in between. Any doubts anybody is having, tell me, or else we'll meet tomorrow evening 5 o'clock. Till then, tata, bye-bye. Take care, everyone. Any doubts, anybody? Thank you, Ajay. Thank you, Mohit. Thank you, Dinesh. Thank you, Aditya. Thank you, everyone. Okay, chalo, see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.